Hello. What's up, everybody? Good evening. Hello to Darkbone. A special hello to High Liger Bimban. 93 months. 93. That is a hell of a long time. Still, my all-time favorite name to say. High Liger Bim Bam. Thanks for resubbing for 93 months, buddy. Appreciate you. Ryan Regbert, thanks for the 33. Cheers, Ryan. Let's go, buddy. Welcome back. It's a high, isn't it, Deceebs? I can feel the endorphins. Well, Shax, it's kind of like in hockey. In hockey, if the goalie gets a penalty, then one of the players on the ice has to serve it. You know? Very similar when Chessbrah gets banned as well. So we have some of the boys in the penalty box right now serving the sentencing. Hello, Coney Moni. What's up? What's up? Sarah's God. Lancelor. How are ya? Hello, Mattis1337. I believe Eric is traveling to the Calgary Flames penalty box in person, Mattis. It wasn't enough to just put him in the box here. He had to go to his hometown penalty box. Yes, Mattis is taking a stance right now. You know, I don't think he's resubbing until he sees some good chess. But the good thing is that we have some good chess on the way. That's right. I've ordered it special. Believe me, Lucheko, it's happening. I've actually decided to play some good chess today, earn the resub from Mattis. Luckily, if we fail at this, the Flames can still prevail earlier rather than later with a win this evening. Captain Flack, we might get into some of our series a little bit later tonight. But I don't think I'll start them right now. For now, I have to play some good chess. It's been nearly a couple months now and we still haven't seen any. Hello, Aiden. But I think we have some Chess TV later this evening. God bless Chess TV. So maybe we'll do some of our series then. We're at some good ratings, you know? 1,000 in our Stonewall speedrun. Nowadays, if I'm talking about good ratings or bad ratings, I'm not even talking about my main account. Only bad ratings there. Oh, 20 seconds odds here. This guy's a Chad. Did I color my hair? Absolutely not. I've never done such a thing. Okay. Think takes. He's headed to g4, which is always a little annoying. Always a bit annoying. Let's do... Do this to start. B4. Wow. Chad. Don't think B4 is the biggest issue. I have to do this. Stopping D5. I want to go H6, but I'm thinking that he can maybe take. Here he has Queen D3. I think we have to do this, as disturbing as it is. He might want to go back because he still has a good position. He's up on time. But if he goes here, could be some kind of weird draw. We have a protected pass pawn, but he's got a lot of good things going for him here. I think my endgame is good though. Just go for the flag there. Make sure we secure the win. Not going to try to be a hero and play it perfectly. Hello, Mr. Mike. A6. Chad. See, Lisa. Oof, I don't know if I can promise that. That's a big ask. So far, I've promised good chess. I can't also promise 2,800. That's outside my tax bracket. Takes. Also, what if I take here and take? I have the E2 square. Huh. Don't like how weak my pawns are going to become here. Okay, this is kind of all right. G5 I take and go here. Didn't expect this to be so lost. But it is. That was a surprising turnaround. We had to take his rook, basically, because we were so low on time. It's almost like forced in that situation. Whether or not it's the right move, it simplifies the game the most, and you're gonna lose for sure if you don't trade. So if you're at like, 15 seconds or less or so, you pretty much always have to trade down. Otherwise, like, you're gonna get flagged if he has a rook on the board. Hugbra, thanks for the year. Cheers, buddy. We got some kind of pressure there. F3 is kind of a bad move, I guess, for lack of a better word. Any stone walls today? Maybe. We'll see. Wow, I'm barely not losing. I am losing. Not losing, but worse, maybe. Worse, I think, is a better way to put it. I guess this is what happens when the king is in the middle during this stuff. He's a super quick player. Although, I say super quick, and I'm referring to just the beginning of the game. In the end, he's not too quick. Yeah, these pawns are obviously a problem. My king in the middle of the board is obviously a problem. He's getting all the coordination he needs here. It's really rough. Because there's no way that he's worse in any end games. Like, impossible. He's finding all the moves that I would say are good. How much I can do to stop these things. This looks tempting, but doesn't really do anything. Just so lost. Ooh. It's nothing to do. This game was like, you found everything. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to click, meant to click rematch. Oh well. Guess we'll go here. That game was very one-sided, honestly. Very one-sided. Can't be anything wrong with this, though. This has to be good for black. Just play knight f6 and bring pieces to normal squares. Suppose this should be played. I'm just like autopiloting, bringing the rook to the middle, and figured the good tactics will follow. Bishop here, I'm thinking knight e4 or even bishop there. Basically, I want to get rid of this knight and then just have the full pressure down the e-file. I'm thinking that should probably lead to good stuff. Where's the win? Start with this. Thinking if he takes, that king takes is probably the best. He's got this big issue to deal with. Wow. Bishop there. Just take all the pawns. I think I do want to take that one. He's not going to let me. Okay. Pieces are a little awkward here. It's not pinned anymore. It's fast as well. Fast enough, at least. I don't know where these games are going out of control. Like, feel like pretty good games. I guess I didn't promise I'd be playing fast chess, which is a good thing. I said I'd be playing well, and I think I am playing well. It's not translating to anything. Whoa. What is this, dude? This looks like some sauce. What? This is like all theory. You can just tell. Like what? What the fuck is this shit? Eh? Let me play the game. I got nothing. Like, what do you, what am I supposed to do here? Ugh. It's a really bad move. Unfortunately, bishop e5 wins. Oh, I did it again. I keep hitting the new 3-minute button for some reason instead of rematch. I really want to. I mean, I don't really want to look at that game because I'm probably never gonna have it again. But what the hell was that? That was really weird, right? Knight b4 is one of those like not the best move in the position kind of moves, but nobody plays it, so you're kind of like, huh? And then yeah, I guess you just have to take with the bishop here. I don't know what's happening here. This kind of looks like fun for black. This looks like the same thing. Yeah, I don't know if I really buy this. This looks like it's kind of good for black. I have to check into it, but it strikes me as like comfy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Anthony. At first glance, it just looks really comfy for black. So I'm wondering like what what am I missing in there? That seemed like really unpleasant. Really unpleasant way to play. Also, I don't think I'm gonna get my bishop there, so the position is just getting worse and worse. Bishop d2 instead of taking would have been a little bit nicer. To do something like that now. Well, I think more than playable, Anthony. Those kind of evaluations are like just good at some point. 0.2? It's nothing. Oh, I didn't even see the knight coming. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is really unpleasant. Highly unpleasant. Gross. It's fair to say that While he hasn't converted it in the best way, he's still converted it. I wonder if that endgame is losing. Maybe it's not. Of course, nothing really matters because the game's over at that point, but I wonder if that pawn endgame is losing. It looks incredibly lost. He gets d5 in 2 moves, right? King f6, king c3, king e5. Yeah, it's lost. It is lost. Sorry, Smithy. Thanks for the 4 months with Prime. Cheers, dude. And welcome back. What song is playing? I'm just playing a set from Tomorrowland. I'm trying Duke Nukem, but I don't think it's my positions that are bad. It's me that's bad. And I'm a lot harder to make unbad on the spot. He's gonna play that one. All of this is so surprising. How is this just working? I guess it does. It's not much to do here. Except play fast and eat ass. Let's go here. H5 is probably good. This might be an idea in some cases. Just take this. Whoa! I don't think I've ever played a 2200 in Blitz before. Whoa! There's a first time for everything. This is a scary sight. This is not a good look. F3 is needed. Sorely needed. Take it. Queen F2 is also playable. Queen F2 feels right. King back to G1. This feels like a pretty good looking move. Maybe this. The knight here. Like, sort of looks like something. Let's bring the king out. Maybe it should have gone there. I'm not sure. Knight e2 can't really be played. It's like very uncomfortable position. Knight looks good. That's about it. Knight is the bright spot in the position. This is just like a hard position to play. Knight c2. There's also rook here coming. Like, everything is really uncomfortable. It's kind of impressive. I don't know how everything is like attacked in a nasty way here. This is a really good game by my opponent. Like, everything is just hit. Rook e1 was a threat if I move my knight with knight e3 to follow. Like, what the hell is happening? Uh-huh. almost have to go here. I mean, I'm more than impressed by this game. It's a very good game. I mean, this game is like surgical. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. This game is a clinic. Honestly. This game is a clinic. Holy shit. This game was actually a clinic. I'm running away. Holy shit, I'm getting hunted out here. Can everyone just fucking relax for a minute? The 2200s, I got Kurtz coming after me. Holy shit, I need a timeout. Timeout. Technical timeout. Need a team huddle here. We need a technical timeout. Need to get a, let's run an ad as well. Let's get a commercial break. Let's get a commercial break too. Say hi to Nero. Thanks for the 3 months, my friend. We need just like a big reset. That was the strongest 2200 on chess.com, period. Period. Okay. Let's not let that happen again. Knight c2 hurt. Knight c2 is the basic move. Knight c2 didn't hurt. Trust me. It was every move he did before that that hurt. It was clinical. What I dealt with right there. Holy smokes. We're back from the timeout. The pressure is still on. Can we crawl out of the hole? Hello, J-Bell. How do you know such a thing? How is it possible? Are people not coming with the extra special sauce right now? They are, right? Like, what is this? I mean, what else, right? Watch out for queen e8 here. Knight f4 in that position, for example. Queen e8 was there. Now I'm threatening knight f4. Queen e8's covered. Take stakes, I want to go g6 after. We should be kind of getting out of this a bit. Okay. Of course, it's still the most complicated position in the world, upper rook. Can't get a break. Incredible. It's just amazing. Unreal. Unreal. Like, I don't know how we get in a position where it's actually just winning for white. Like, I don't know. It's actually winning. Bishop b3, it's a forced win. I defended that like a champion. But it's just not my day. When it's not your day, even when you play well, it's just not gonna work for you. We already know. Today's just not my day, so it's like a competition. How will I mess it up this time? Really couldn't have played it better. And then really couldn't have played it worse, I guess. I didn't really think I was playing it that badly. It was like trading pieces. Okay, I allowed h5, but the position is still tricky, even though we're down material. It's not so comfy, is it? It's seemingly a nice way to do things. Hello, Zarthus77. Thanks for the 21 months, bud. His knight can get to that square, but it can't really do anything once it's there. So I think we want our pieces on the other side of the board. Even though we're down a pawn, once again, we've nullified it pretty well. Wants to bring the knight there. Again, it doesn't really do anything on that square. Knight here, rook here. Even though we defended the last game well, he's clearly got the special sauce, the prep. Can't be going into that. Whoa. Bishop back. We got a Chad in here. Can take it twice. Doesn't take it at all. Okay. Knight takes, bishop takes. I don't really know what's happening. Queen here. I don't know. So I mean, takes here. His knight takes d6, but then I have knight f6. This is one of those like if we die, we die situations. This definitely doesn't work. This definitely does not work. Got 3 pieces. Not even gonna bother calculating. We don't need to keep that pawn. Okay. You don't want to take it. It's fine by me. If we die, we die. When we didn't die. I think he wants bishop a6 or something. Move doesn't look right. Okay, a4. Is he really keeping that pawn chain? Guess so. Do this. Alaric 32, thanks for the prime. Cheers, buddy. Wow, he's trading. I don't understand why. E5 is happening, but might go F5, which is a good thing for us. Now this should be very, very good for me. Maybe not very good, but definitely be okay. Very least. I don't know why he was so interested in doing this, considering it loses. Should have just taken it back. I thought I had some stuff down here. It was pretty good. Pretty good recovery. Pretty good game. Tough finish, but can't be too upset. Thanks, Chess Voodoo, for the 13 months. Oh, what the hell? How does this keep happening? I keep thinking I'm pressing rematch, but I'm clicking new 3-minute. I don't know why that is. They moved the button or something? My brain is just in new 3-minute mode today. John Conway, thanks for the gifted sub. Simster4444 with 11 months. I don't think we're going to get a game. But hopefully we get some rating. This is the only way I can collect points these days. No points for me. Mouse accuracy on the draft. AG, I'm playing Stonewall for you, buddy. A questionable Stonewall, but Stonewall nonetheless. He wants to play bishop b5 and trade off the bishop on f1, but we can't let that happen. Rook c1. You can bring the knight back. I think if we want to play for anything, we probably have to take a rook c1, rook c2, and king d1. Oh, I like to hear that, AG. The English is treating you well. We have a decent endgame. Not a great one, but some hopes and dreams of an advantage here because his pawns are on a very specific color. I have the option to do this. Is that good for me? Here, here. Takes. H3. Trying to set up like an outside pass pawn, but I don't think it does me any good. It's a tricky decision. I think I'm just gonna play the regular move. trying to gain control of the dark squares by doing this. I did about as well as I could. Did about as well as I could. I'm just checking on our baseball draft here. I think Eric just landed. He's taking a one-day trip to Calgary. Catching a hockey game and catching up with important people like Omid Malik. No, none of us, Tim. Of course not. All right. No, get out of here, Badkins. Get out of here. I know, AG. It's pretty nice, hey? Free, good position. What's up, Dr. Lord Mayonnaise? So we actually have a couple more spots in case anyone wants to join. Whether you're a baseball fan or not, doesn't really matter. But we have a couple more spots in our baseball draft that we're running. Hello, Thomas. Well, Eric is. I'm just kind of waiting for Eric, Thomas. Also, we need a couple more people, right? We need to fill it. So I was just gonna see if we can get it filled up right now. Yeah, that's what I'm basing it on, AG, because for me, I don't. I'll admit, I got other sports that I watch before baseball. Yeah, I think you're good for a little bit, Thomas. So the nice thing about this is it's best ball, so You can really think of it like a set and forget, like a set and forget investment, basically. No fluffy teddy bear. It's been a day. Like I explained, in hockey, sometimes you got a penalty on your goalie. Obviously, your goalie cannot go sit in the penalty box. So, you find someone on the ice and they serve the time for him. That's what's happening. KNVB, rip his account, is serving said ban. You know, so often we send a person to ban purgatory. Chess Brawl got banned, and you know what happened? We sent Eric Hansen out of Toronto. Like, we just removed him. So, I think you've gotten the ban paid in full. Do you guys leave your city when you get banned? And then return when your ban is up? I didn't think so. But that's what Eric's doing. He just got banned from Toronto. There's a debt to be paid. I don't know what you're talking about. Remember, I got banned. Maybe you guys shouldn't have banned me if you wanted those marbles races. Ever think about that? I did not see that, Mr. Spenny. But forgetting the words to the anthem is quite bad. It is, it is. Hey, Giant Space Octopus. What's up, buddy? Alright, so I'm looking for a couple more people that want to join our draft that I think we're going to try to host very soon. So you can have a look at it. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, I think we need about 2 more people because I'll join it as well. So you can see there's 3 spots there. The last 3, it's going to be a, I think, 12-person draft. It's going to be randomized, the order, the pick order. That's right, big guy Alex. !fantasy. We'll give you a link. You can also use our code ChessBra. It's really easy to join up. And if you use the code ChessBra, there's a 100% deposit match up to $100 with a minimum of $10 for it to count as a sign up for us and help support us. But if you want to join a draft, it's fairly easy to do. It'll be, as we've been explaining, best ball. You don't need a full explanation of what exactly that means, but what it does mean is it's very low maintenance. So you don't have to be a baseball professional. And the evidence of that is myself. I have no idea anything about baseball, and I will probably be joining this draft. That's right. It's North America. North America. You draft and that's it. That's what I'm saying, Badkins. But we're looking to start with 12 people. Like I said, I'll join, so we need a couple more people. So if you have the time and you're interested in, I think it's a pretty fun thing because these are all people from the stream. You can see some names here: Skag, Badkins, Tim Cannon, Grilled Peppers, no more names, AG's in the chat right now. So there's a lot of familiar faces too. But that's the thing, Shookwell. It's a baseball draft. You don't need to pay a lot of attention to it. So if you want to just even let it auto draft, you can, right? It'll just pick the statistically best selections. I might even be using that. I think Eric wrote it in our base. We have a baseball channel in Discord. Let me find what he wrote here. Yeah, exactly, Gajillionaire. What's the buy-in? We ain't talking about payouts because you ain't gonna win. It's for the I believe it's for the whole season. So it's $100 buy-in, and obviously it lasts a long time. What's the payout? Look at her. She thinks she's already gonna win. AG, what the hell? Look at that. There we go. Badkins has got the breakdown. He's in the league there. But it's over a long period of time, which is kind of nice. So you can always just go back, check how your squad is doing. Yeah, you can't underestimate the auto draft energy, AG, which is why you can't underestimate me. I'll be coming in hot and heavy. No, that's the thing, Lisa. You really don't have to do anything. Not that you don't have to, but that you can't. Like, that's not the point of it. So it's really a hands-off kind of draft, which is usually nice. First of all, if you're in other draft pools or you're following other sports, that's certainly nice. But also, if you don't really know the sport too well, such as myself, then it can be really, really nice because it takes the pressure off. I've been in a few fantasy pools where the person who knew the least about it just got what the stats said to pick and just picked the next best player, and there you go. It was one of the best teams in the league. So you draft your players, you have them for the season. No trades, no roster swaps, nothing like that. Pretty hands off. It's a $100 buy-in. You don't have to process that anywhere for now. We can do it. We can do it right here in the Underdog Fantasy app or website. But if you want to jump in here, you need an Underdog Fantasy account! !Fantasy. But I think these are fun to do with the community. We'll be doing more of these, like for NHL playoffs, NBA. Probably a lot of the sports that are going to be starting up soon, or like going into playoff pools, we'll be running drafts for. Because I do think it's kind of fun to play with the community and get people involved. Get a little skin in the game, maybe get a nice payout. And yeah, it is very easy to sign up. So in case you are signing up, Underdog, they have an app. If you're in North America, there are a few places that you won't be able to deposit, but for the most part, most of North America, and I believe all of Canada except for Ontario, can get in here. And yeah, if you make an account, just use that code ChessBra. How many spots left? Just a couple, because I'm probably going to join. You can see there's 3 spots on the screen here, but I'm probably going to join, just waiting for 2 more. Quantity sufficient. You want to get in here? I'll tell you, Quantity, you will never be the worst or the least experienced in this draft, because I'm in here, so. Yes, people of that sort, exactly. So, think Eric is going to be drafting from Calgary. He just got there. Who's going to get in? I flagged him. Oh, you're talking about this game? Not quite. If I flagged him, I might have won. There was a queen hiding there. I'm technically the one who flagged. What's up, Unibrow? Quick grind? What are you referring to? The chess? The baseball? See ya, Askena. My grind to 2600? Well then no, it's not a slow methodical. It's very quick. I could liken it to baseball. Chess and baseball. Well, you can liken chess to anything. Remember, chess is that thing that you probably see likened to way too many things in the world. Chelsea Morgana's joining. Awesome. Thank you, Chelsea. And good luck. Yeah, I agree 100%, AG. The one time when I actually do enjoy watching baseball is well, obviously the World Series, but just the playoffs, especially if your team is in. Every single pitch feels like it matters, and there's so many of those moments, so it is kind of cool. Yeah, the World Baseball Classic was fun. I see Chelsea Morgana in there. Yeah, is anyone looking for the for maybe a link, like a direct link to the draft? Mickey, are you in our Discord? Same with Lisa. Because we have a channel in the Discord just called Baseball. And if you head to the Baseball channel, I'm gonna reply to Eric's comment so that you guys will be able to find it. Yeah, it's just called Baseball, Lisa. And if you click that, you'll see I referenced a post by Eric, and it has the link in it to join. Mickey, are you looking for the link still? Let me know, Mickey, if you're in our Discord. You can put on a match in the meantime. Because if you're in our Discord, it's super easy. I just told you the channel, but if you're not, I can toss you the link there. Oh, you found it? Okay, nice. Nice. Yeah, if you have an account with Underdog, then $10 minimum deposit for it to count for us, but that's all separate from the draft. So yeah, if you need the link, let me know. Quantity sufficient. I think there's still room. Are you interested in joining? Yeah, that's right, Riblet. We're gonna run the draft now, which is why I'm telling you guys about it. Because I'm about to run it on stream, and we have everyone here ready to go. So sometimes you hear about a draft and it's like, oh, that sounds cool, but you know, I might not be around when they're drafting. So the reason that I'm mentioning it is because it's we're about to do the draft right now. There we go. So someone just joined. All right, I think, let me refresh there. Who just got in? Chelsea, I think Riblet. There we go, I see Riblet. So there's only one more spot here. Welcome, Riblet. AG, I think there's some interest here, and I think Eric is... I'll draft Eric's account. We're just on the Chessbar account. We share it. So I'll draft Eric's account here on stream. And let's give another spot to someone. And then we're good to go. So Riblet, welcome, buddy. What's up, Full Smooth? What do you mean these players? These need to be bigger. What are you talking about? One more spot. And as soon as someone joins, we're gonna start. So I'm gonna head over to our Discord. And jump in a call, because it's kind of fun when you're drafting to be on a call with everyone. So let me pop over. Put the volume down a little bit. And yeah, the thing that's nice is, let's say you guys wanted to join this particular draft. It's $100 entry, but if you join it, or if you join Underdog Fantasy, they have 100% deposit match. So let's say you deposit $100, you get $100, you're pretty much paying for your entry in the draft. So I think someone just got in. All right, it's starting. Riblet's got first pick. Some people might be on auto draft. Go Riblet. Okay, I'm gonna pop into a call here, see if we can't get some lads in. But yeah, if you want to join a voice call while we're doing it, I'm in the tier 3 channel. Hey, what's up, AG? How you doing, man?
Hey, how we doing, man?
Hey, hey, hey.
Are you excited? Are you did your research? You're getting ready for it?
I'm a shark. I'm a shark.
What's up, boys?
Hey, hey, what's up? Who's that? Badkins?
That's Tom. I don't think is Batkins on. There he is. It's
Oh, he's there.
Thomas.
What's up, Thomas? People are gonna have to do some voice matching. So Thong Me is where are you in the pick order?
I'm sixth. We got AG fifth.
Oh, that's who you are. I was like, who's Sabretooth? Okay, got it, got it.
What's up, Skag?
I got last pick. What is this?
You're on the turn, buddy. That's a good spot to be.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah,
got
I get
yeah,
two back to back.
two in a row. That's huge.
Yeah.
Fifth pick is pretty brutal.
Am I just before Skag then? Yeah, okay. We're bringing up the rear, buddy.
Yeah, I've never done one of these. This will be interesting.
Like a draft in general or a baseball one?
Just baseball in general.
Yeah,
I've done
it's
NFL,
actually first time for me too, for baseball.
It's hard to say no to Otani there. I just can't. You know, it's
I believe Otani's outfield only in this format. That's the
he
only
is
thing.
outfield only. It's a little depressing, but it's okay. He'll hit like 35 home runs this year. It's okay.
And Chelsea Morgana, in case you're watching on the stream, if you want to join the voice call, we got one in Discord, just letting you know. See some of my Toronto boys there, holding it down. So who here like watches baseball like regularly, would you say?
I mean, I would watch it a good amount. Like it's something I put on in the background. It's not something that will like super pay attention to in the regular season. It's just like there's just too many games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's I either watch like live games, like live Ranger games, or I just wait for like postseason to like really start like binge watching.
Yeah, just more intense, more fun.
Yeah.
It kind of goes in waves. Like I feel like people watch a lot in like the first month, and then like the All-Star break happens like around like July or something, and people kind of watch the first month after that, and they kind of stop watching again until the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
But if there's like a cool matchup that's happening where it's like two teams' best pitchers going against each
Yeah.
other, I'll watch that game. It'll be pretty cool. But can't say I'm like a watching every game. That's out of my expertise.
Dang, you took Vladdy.
I gotta take my Toronto boy. Have to.
Honestly, you could bet pretty big on some Blue Jays this year. I think you do pretty well.
Okay, that's good to know. Man, we had such a depressing playoff, play-in playoff exit as a Blue Jays team.
Yeah. Sorry to do it to you, but the Yankees are
on.
just they've been the killer of the Blue
Sorry.
Jays in the last few
Oh,
years.
hi, Eric.
Hey, man. Who are you thinking about here?
Oh, I took our buddy Vladdy first round,
Is
but I
it
didn't
is
have
it
any.
our turn again?
It's our turn again, yeah.
Take Freddie Freeman if you want. He's Canadian. He's very good.
Okay. I like it.
One of the best in the league.
Dodgers. The Dodgers.
And he's
are
on the
nasty.
Dodgers, which are
Yeah.
stacked. Yeah.
2020 MVP for sure. He may have won another one since then for the Braves.
Freddie is a very solid pick.
Also, he's not one of the guys up here that gets hurt.
True.
That's a big deal when drafting.
It's the reason I didn't take Trout. He just hurt a lot.
Yeah, that one might bite me. I picked Cole over him. We'll see.
I mean, Garrett, he had a pretty solid season last year. Like he was like
Well,
pitched
that's why
like
I would take
a
him.
crazy
That's why I
amount
thought
of
about
games.
taking him now is because of that last season he just had. Obviously, it feels better now than it did 1 year ago drafting him.
Come on, what kind of player are you taking next? Pitcher, infielder, outfielder? I'll start scouting.
Outfielder.
I will say this year that there's a pretty big disparity between those top 7 outfielders that just got picked and like everyone else.
Yeah, it does look like it drops off.
Is it because I know in like some hockey drafts, as valuable as you can make a goalie, they're still like they just don't compare to an on the ice player. Is it kind of the same with pitchers in baseball or?
Normally like when there's in this it's just infield and outfield, so it's a little different. But in like other leagues where you're setting your lineup, that's kind of the catcher position. Because in baseball, catchers just like aren't expected to hit very well because they have to do so much defensively. So that it's kind of like a wash position. But in this, since it's just an infield position, it's a little different. But I think the pitchers will still be pretty valuable. You probably want to get a good amount of starting pitching for this because it seems like volume is kind of the best thing for pitchers in this.
I'm on Chelsea. They just sniped Bo Bichette. He's very popular with the ladies.
Yeah, sharp pick from Chelsea, I see.
Very popular.
So Eric, are you still at the airport right now?
I'm in an Uber.
Hey, we need to tell the non-baseball people about Tatis.
Tatis, I mean, he'll play. He's just gonna be suspended for a month.
Up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, to everyone who's Tatis is gonna be suspended for like a month, and then it'll be nasty.
I'm interested to see how DeGrom does for the Rangers if he'll stay healthy.
I think DeGrom's a bust, personally.
No, don't tell me
that. But no, yeah, you go ahead and take him from me. That's fine.
That's not what he wants to hear.
There he goes.
I couldn't figure out why he was projected below 1,000 points. Was all with DeGrom.
Does it make more sense to look at ADP or the projected points?
I would say you wanted to kind of find the balance between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ADP is helpful, but sometimes like, if there's 4 infielders that are all ADP above the person you're looking for, but your team is already full of infielders, obviously you don't want to draft that. So like it's more so you probably want to look at like what position you really are looking for and find the balance of like ADP and projected that for that position.
Yeah, it just depends what you're looking for there, man. There's not as many not as much movement in ADP as in football or even hockey. Like baseball's a lot more stable for the most
Mhm.
part, year to year. So there's not like big rookie steals, but people are taking a lot of the Toronto players actually. They're almost all going top ones. I think they are.
Dynasty. What can I say?
But
Gotta reach to my boy here.
do you want to pit? You said you wanted an infielder? No, outfielder. You said.
We have 2 infielders, I think, already.
Okay, let me see. You like watching guys do well on shitty teams? Like really carry shitty teams, like their best player. Mullins on Baltimore, Reynolds on Pittsburgh.
Just carries.
Their carries, yeah, their carries.
We like a carry.
Those are teams that like to sell their players.
Yeah, baseball is interesting too because like there's a lot of really good players that are on really bad teams just because like one player can't like make a team win. So you can't really just like rely on picking the best team's players. So it's a little different than from like basketball, I guess, in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, Otani and Trout are 2 of the best players in the league, but the Angels are just always really terrible.
Right. Yeah, you kind of have less control.
So I'm thinking them on an and then a pitcher.
Say again.
Outfielder and then a pitcher.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Reynolds, I think, has a mustache. He's a mustache prop on the Pirates.
Mustache might be the selling point.
You look him up. Usually, I think he does. Yeah.
Oh, he's got a dirty stash.
Yeah. You looked him up, so if you like him, that's he's you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You picked him?
Yeah.
And I think he's like not that old. He's like late 20s or something. So this is a fun part. There's a few pitchers here. They both had breakout seasons. Bieber and McClanahan. Actually, Dylan, I think the other guy also. So in terms of pitchers, Woodruff is like Bieber and McClanahan. And they're both on the Guardians are a really good team, I think, to pick. A lot of young players. And Bieber had a really good season. But McClanahan was also really good.
Huh?
Oh, you went from outfielder? You went from Mullins? Okay.
Well, it's actually that I can't really see the clock ticking down, which is a little like there was no clock on my screen, so I didn't really know how much time we had.
Oh, okay.
I was probably gonna pick
I
Bieber.
think it doesn't show until it's your actual pick. I kind of noticed that too.
Like when I'm on the app, I see how much time it is for people.
Yeah, it's probably the display probably works way better because here I actually can't tell.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we got Mullins.
Auto draft will always save us.
Mullins isn't bad at all. He's like a shorter guy with a lot of power, and he plays defense really well too. So like, just a well-rounded player. So if we'll get like other stats as well. Like he steals bases, for example. He does everything.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's not a bad.
Hey, what's up, Jackpot Jossie in the chat? Hey, buddy.
I've never done a best ball league before, but I imagine that like the first few rounds almost as long as you just have like a good spread of positions, you'll be in good shape. But like having the mid round picks that are like can back up your guys if they get hurt is gonna be pretty big.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna write a couple things.
Okay.
Wow, that's a tough McClanahan steal. I really don't like seeing that. Okay.
Yeah, I think
Right
he's
out from under you. Apologize for that.
Yep. I'm not feeling great about this pick, but I gotta do it.
I figured it out. Holy crap.
Got my guy.
I guess another strat is like, you know, stack your favorite team or a team you think is going to do well.
There definitely is like a strategy for stacking like one team that is good, because if a team has a really good offense, that means everyone's probably like getting RBIs and runs on that team, which is going to be helpful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, same for pitching.
Gotcha.
Yeah, obviously, like for like saves and holds and stuff, you can only get that if you're winning. So a team that wins more is going to be good for that.
Wow, you swooped me now, huh, AG?
Hey, I needed pitchers, and all my pitchers got taken before I could pick them. So it's just honestly, I kind of fell into what Amon said before. Like my third pick, I didn't realize the timer was going down, and I had like 5 seconds left, and I just panic picked somebody.
Yeah,
Hey, we
30
love a
seconds is
panic pick.
definitely very pacey.
Fair enough.
Although I still think back to, you know, seasons, fantasy leagues where I panic picked something or I got auto drafted and it turned out to be like the greatest pick on my roster.
MVP
You love to
league
see that.
winner.
That's just the nature of fantasy. Sometimes you get real lucky, and other times, you're before the season starts, you think your team is nasty, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna win this, and then like 2 weeks in, you're like, oh shit, this team sucks.
I know nothing about sports.
Where do you guys prefer to pick? Because me personally, I like being near either the front or like the end. Like I like being able to plan out like 2 picks kind of back to back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm with you. I
I
either like to
agree.
be like first or second, or like on the turn where you pick back to back. The middle is kind of rough.
Yeah, man, let's go for Darvish,
I was
since
gonna take
somebody took
Darvish.
Manoa. Somebody took him. Yeah.
Yeah,
lost
so who's
Manoa.
that? No more names.
Yes. Yeah.
The thing about the MLB is there's so many people that like you generally can find someone that's pretty serviceable. Like you'll be able to, if you're like realize midway through you're lacking in position, like you can get guys just to give you numbers to not lose, basically.
Mm-hmm. What are you thinking there, Eric? Another pitcher or go to the outfield?
Depends on the position, but the guy that I think you'll actually like here is Stephen Kwan
Mm-hmm.
on Cleveland. He's a really active guy, and he was a rookie last year, one of the top rookies of the year. He's excellent. He's probably going to get picked up by a big team at some point. But there's a lot of like veterans ahead there, like Altuve,
All right.
for example.
I don't know how much time's
but
left, so I'll take him.
Yeah, you had like 10, 15 seconds, but he'll be really good. He's like a all-around player again.
I really like Stephen Kwan. He had some
Yeah,
crazy stat last year in the playoff. I forget what it was, but it was either like the longest streak without a swing and a miss or longest streak without a strikeout. But he
yeah,
was
yeah.
nasty.
He's got a really good command zone, and he just gets on base. Just gets on base always somehow.
Hello to Valentinian. Hey, Chess Ninja, I got banned, buddy, you know? I got banned. I had to eat my ban just like the rest of us. Real Baggins, you
Oh yeah, this is perfect. Thank you. Yep.
I was having a hard time picking between
do you
Urias
follow
and Zach
baseball?
Gallen there,
Thanks.
but it's hard to bet against the Dodgers opening day starter. So
AG, how you feeling? How you feeling about your team there, Mr. AG?
it's it's hard to tell. Like baseball is just so hard to predict. I honestly have no idea. I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I need some infielders though.
What's the breakdown of each position, like for the requirements?
It's actually a good question. Hold on, I have it somewhere, but it's let me scroll far enough back up. I believe there's 3 outfielders, 3 infielders, a flex, and I don't remember the number of pitchers that play. But I will pull up the rules.
Whatever's
I'll-
left after
It's
that.
3 pitchers. 3 pitchers you need.
So it plays. Let's see. So yeah, it's 3 pitchers, 3 outfielders, 3 infielders, and 1 flex and then you have 10 bench players.
Right.
Take my boy Dansby. He's gonna go to Chicago and just light it up.
I watched him at Vandy, but since then haven't really paid attention.
He had a couple tough years to start hitting wise and honestly fielding wise too, but last year he was ridiculous. I think he didn't quite get to 300, but he was hitting close to 300 and he was really good defensively for the Braves, so. How are you feeling about your team, Aman? As whatever you know about the baseball.
Well, I'm feeling like it, as good as it is right now, it could only go downhill. As now I have even more individual power in pick selections.
That's fair.
Eric's done his best to set me on the right course, and now here comes some bumpy roads ahead, I think.
I would say you probably want to get some pitchers. At least another one. Just
Keep the ship afloat.
yeah. I think the goal on this, you want at least like one reserve for every spot if possible.
Reserve as in
like a bench player for every spot that you have. So like you want you
Like
probably
four.
want like three bench outfielders and probably like two for the outfielders and infielders because I don't know if
Right.
there's enough spots, but you probably want at least like 3 reserve pitchers.
Right.
Well, I'll go with the guy who was on the cover of the MLB The Show game.
That's probably never a bad choice.
He's a fun player.
Like honestly, for you, if I don't know if I want to be helping the competition here, but I have a pick that's a little bit down the list that you probably don't know, but I think he's a good pick.
And a deep right drive. Nick Castellanos.
Man, I'm kind of getting drilled by the fact that I can't see the timer. It's really weird.
Yeah, it's only 20 seconds, so it's
20?
like you have to plan ahead. And
I thought it was 30.
It's 30.
oh, it is 30. I'm sorry, but it goes fast.
Yeah, it really does.
I wonder if you just like refresh your page that it like.
Yeah,
would fix
I
it.
actually did do that.
Okay.
But we had Jackpot Jossie in the chat who's saying like it's actually a known thing that they're fixing. So
It's your pick currently. You have 22 seconds left.
good update.
And you have 10 now. Blake Snell. Okay.
Really can't go wrong. My team's pretty balanced here. I'm just gonna go Wander. Go and Wander.
Wander's a good pick. So also, I don't know if you know, but they changed some rules this year in baseball where they got rid of the shift, like defensive shifts. So people's averages are going to be going up to where especially pull hitters, but also they made the bases like slightly bigger, so there's going to be way more stolen bases.
You didn't mean defensive shifts like when they shift right or left based on which way someone bats?
Yeah, so there's I think the rule now is that you have to have 2 infielders on either side of second base. You can't have like 3 on one side.
Uh-huh.
Because historically they'd have like the third baseman play like around where the shortstop plays, and they'd have the shortstop go play in like right field, like kind of like a short right field, and have the right fielder back up. So it's kind of just hit like people who just only pull the ball or hit it to one side. They kind of take away a lot of hits from them.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Rowan. I was like, what? Adjust date time?
Just FYI, Reese Hoskins just tore his ACL.
Noted. I guess he's going to be sitting at the top of
Sink
the ADP list for the entire draft.
But one of the auto pick guys is gonna have an unfortunate selection.
And then refresh.
Well, that sounds like that's their fault, huh? A little bit. That's the only downside to auto drafting.
Don't think it's done it.
Good pick, Tim.
I just succumbed to the not seeing the timer and auto picked the Nemo for me, which is actually I'm okay with. But
damn, that's pretty sweet, Rowan. Thanks. I mean, I know it was Jossie you said it, but thanks for reminding me. That's sweet. Yeah, thanks a lot, Jack.
Come on, are we kind of past the point where you almost don't see any names that you recognize at this point?
We were past that point a while ago.
Second round, done.
Yeah, point of no return. I think as soon as Otani dropped off. But I did get the fix in from Jackpot Jossie, who said literally if you go to your clock in the bottom right and go to the adjust date time and then sync it and then refresh the underdog page, I now see the timer. So that was a nice little quick fix from them.
That's some impressive research out of him. That's
and legitimately, I can now see the timer. So that's the power of good tech support.
Oh, Reese is gone. Reese got picked.
Oh no, quantity. He was so excited to join too.
Hey, what's up, Shadow?
Yeah, honestly, at this point, if you just go by the projected number, you're probably be in good shape.
It's a draft, yeah, fantasy draft.
And go solid.
You have a 5 seconds. Yeah.
I do see it this time. I literally have the timer, so I can't blame anyone now.
Nathaniel Lowe, he had a really good season last year, kind of like unexpectedly. So I think that's
what went into me picking him.
Yeah, you were following the Texas Rangers very closely.
And
keeping up with Skeg's team there.
Fan.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I actually love Max Muncy too for this year. He's the guy that gets shifted on all the time, so he's gonna have a bump this year.
I tell you, I picked him because he was on the Dodgers.
That's honestly that's
Not
that's
a
a
bad
good thing to fall
strategy.
back on.
I've been told I look like Max Muncy.
Let me give this guy a Google now.
He's an interesting looking guy, for sure.
Oh,
Big
I can
baseball body.
I could totally see the Skeg look-alike.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I can
That's
kind of see it.
peak male
Yeah.
performance right there.
Definitely not all the time, but like there's some pretty solid angles.
Some moments, some angles.
There's
Yeah.
some moments, exactly.
So are we just are we assuming that anyone that's not in this voice chat right now is auto picking?
I mean, I want to assume that. I know Chelsea's in chat, but she
Yeah.
also didn't sound like she really knew anything. She just wanted to join in for fun, which I don't even know why we're wasting our time. She's probably going to win. So,
I mean, I firmly believe that you can auto draft the best team in any fantasy league.
Yeah,
Like,
that can
oh,
always
yeah.
happen.
very easily.
Definitely. But I think also Riblet is in the chat. And he was I think he snapped up one of the last
Nestor?
spots as well. So
How can you take Nestor from me? Not nasty Nestor. That was a panic pick. I was not prepared for someone to take Nestor.
Yeah.
hey, thanks for the raid there, Chess Dojo Live. We're just doing a
Taking all my Yankees from me.
fun draft
Isn't
with
Adam
the
Wainwright like 100
the
years old?
community here. It's a 12-person
Yes.
Yeah,
draft.
he
He's now on
started
the list.
for
Baseball starting,
like the
so
first game of the World
just thought
Baseball
we'd do the
Classic
draft on
and
stream
got
here.
kind of shelled. So
We're using Underdog
But
Fantasy if you
they
want to
do
check
call
out
him Old Reliable for a
what
reason.
app we're
So,
using. We got a nice deal with them right now. 100%
if
deposit
Tom doesn't
match up
pick
to
a
$100.
pitcher here, he has to hate pitchers.
Oh, Tom is absolutely auto picking.
So it'll take Chris Sale then, huh?
just
Noted. The AI hates pitchers. Got it.
there's some teams out there right now that have some pretty big deficiencies in positions. It seems like.
It looks like that red bar on the left for the draft. Like, does that mean we're about halfway through? Feels like it.
I think we're picking
Little bit
20
more.
people overall.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because you have 10
I
on the
have-
bench, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So I just picked my 12th person. So yeah, we're a little over halfway. looking like a lot of pitchers that are about to get picked right now.
Feel like No More Names is about to snipe me right now.
Whatever you're thinking, he knows.
Yeah.
I've been sniped 3 or 4 times already. It's been rather unfortunate, but you know.
Especially on auto draft. Yeah, I'm about to get sniped.
Oh, you want Cody?
Oh, I want Cody. Give me some belly action.
He's someone who might benefit more than anyone
Oh,
from the shift being gone.
God bless.
He's also one of the weirdest players. He went from being like an MVP candidate to just being one of the worst hitters in the league. Like in
I
a
just
year.
like him because he just seems high on drugs all the time, and I appreciate that. So
he looks like he's smoked like 3 or 4 joints every time he is shown on the camera.
Kershaw
Hello in
might
the
be the
chat to
only one I
J-Bell.
know on my team. Like I recognize the name actually.
It's actually kind of surprising he's this low down. I guess he's just they're
He
assuming
had
he's
an
a little
awful
bit
year last
older.
year, statistically.
I think the Dodgers like to protect their pitchers too. They don't let them go too long.
I believe he's like 36.
He's something like that. I mean, but Verlander's above 40, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
he's gonna turn
Kershaw's
39 this
35
year.
with a history of back injuries.
I'll go with the new Asian talent.
Oh yeah?
The new Japanese guy on for Boston is a stud. I forget his name, but
Somebody drafted him.
Yoshida. Yeah, I took Yoshida.
Yeah,
he's
Yoshida.
gonna hit he's gonna hit like 30 home runs this year, probably.
Yeah, Boston signed a Asian player, Yoshida, and then the Mets were like, "Oh yeah, we can sign an Asian player too."
Hey, Japan baseball is where it's at. They just beat the U.S.
I mean,
pretty
world champ.
easily.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. Did you guys all watch that game?
Yeah,
I did.
it
It
was a
was
little
amazing,
depressing.
actually. I was on the wrong end of it, but it was still an amazing game.
I mean, the U.S. didn't have any none of the MLB teams let their pitchers go pitch for the team. So, but the hitting lineup was stacked, and that was honestly why we lost. So I don't know how we. It was a bad game.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty cool to see Otani and Trout be the last at bat though too.
Yeah, and Otani just, man, you talk
Who
about perfect
drafted?
pitching.
Yeah, I saw some stat that were like Mike Trout in his 6,000 at bats or something that he has in his career has only swung and missed 3 times in the same at bat, like 40 times, and that was one of them.
Dang.
Yeah, I saw that same stat. That's pretty insane. Hello, J Bell. Any studs I should be on the lookout here in the MLB draft, buddy? I see J Bell here. I can draft J Bell as well. J Bell from Cleveland. Will Smith, our buddy Will Smith. He must be pretty decent at slapping them out the park. What does this mean? Back in Cactus League lineup. What the hell does that mean? Is bro even on the team?
I'm trying to look at my team and get a feel for like how I feel about it, and I honestly I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm looking at everybody's team, and it's just like toss up.
It's a little nerve wracking, like knowing that I can't drop anybody for the entire season. You really gotta hope your guys show up.
Yeah, that was a little bit of part of my strategies. Like, I was picking players that were pretty healthy or got injured last year, so they're due to be
Yeah,
healthy this year. Maybe, I don't know.
I think health is a big deal for best ball because
Oh yeah,
you just need people playing.
best ability is availability.
Cactus League is preseason. Got it. I'm a baseball noob.
Will Smith is a good player. People give him a bad rap, but catchers
What
just
about
yeah.
our buddy here, Reed Detmers, Los Angeles Angels?
Yeah, it's really hard to draft.
When our
a
buddy
catcher in
Otani gets
best ball.
tired, does Reed come in and pick up
Will
the
Smith is
slack?
gonna get a lot of DH time though.
Yeah,
Does
that
Big
is
Reed
true.
come in?
Catchers are just like there really are no catchers that are good at hitting. Like there are some that are decent, but you can get another position guy that's just gonna be better.
Yeah, it's like
I
you
mean
can select
this
JT
late,
Real Muto,
this
who
late in it, like it's about even, but like I'm not
yeah.
surprised that it's been this long until the catchers start showing up.
Yeah, I told Jossie, but I think this would be more balanced if there's one catcher slot per team.
I'm gonna go with a little bit of an unknown guy, but should be in the rotation.
You take Will Smith here, J Bell? Will Smith for the boys? If the Dodgers don't do
I'm
well,
just going for high
I'm cooked.
upside at this point.
I'm gonna take Will Smith. It's okay, I have another pick coming up soon.
Wow, we successfully baited him on into Will Smith.
It's one of those like if the Dodgers do well, then you're all screwed type of picks.
Don't worry, Dustin May Amon is the next Dodger available. So
I'm next
Dustin
pick.
May
I'm
is
next
a good
pick. I'm next pick. I got him.
He's just been hurt. He hasn't played a full year, like ever, I don't think. That's a good pick.
Wait a minute. All right, now I'm gonna research who I drafted.
fine, I'll take Dustin May then.
It seemed
I would have taken him if you didn't, so
it seemed like a
Jay Cass has 8 pitchers.
wait a minute.
He's hoarding them.
How is this guy born in the U.S.?
Oh, yeah.
Rasmussen?
One infielder. Bold strategy.
Give me that Danish heritage or something. The Skeg guy is destroying you guys? You mean you like his picks? As far as I know, Skeg like actually played like semi-pro / pro baseball. So if he's destroying us, I think it's kind of deserved. I don't think we need a catcher, J-Bell. I'm not sure. There's only 3 categories. Pitcher, infield, and outfield. But you have to understand, like, when I'm looking at this draft, absolutely not a single first name or surname is a name that I've seen before. 0. And it's been that way for about the last 10 picks. Probably more than that. The last 12 picks.
I mean, yeah, we're just in the dog days of the draft right now.
There's some good sleepers down here, though.
This is where the winners get picked.
Some interesting sleepers for sure.
No, but turning autopilot on, Darkbone, there's something I have against that, you know? Then it doesn't feel like my team. It's like if I pick someone because I like the look of his name, or I Google him, I'm like, oh yeah, that guy looks like a Chad. Then at least I'm the one that made that pick. And if it doesn't work out, it's like, okay, I didn't know what I was doing anyway, you know? But if it works out, I want the credit. I don't want that autopilot, you know, stealing my thunder. Chelsea Morgana knows what I'm saying. There we go. All right, our pick's coming up.
Honestly, Amon, the way you feel about this is the way I would feel if I did an NHL draft.
I thought you were gonna say the way you feel playing chess.
Oh, well, that also.
Well,
But not
that
since
too.
I started watching the English speed run. That thing is a cheat code.
Oh, I'm on that English speed run action too. It's awesome.
C4 D5. Why the hell does everyone play it? It's like an
I don't know, but
autopilot
I love
first
it.
move.
No.
I think I looked up on like the opening tree. I had like a 70% win against D5. It's
Yeah, it's
Which-
filthy.
yeah. It's
But yeah, I hear you. Will you join the NHL playoff one, AG, you think?
I would. I'm always in for a little sports betting degeneracy.
Get a little skin in the game?
Oh, yeah.
Little fantasy?
Well, I will pick He wasn't a fantasy baseball winner, but he was a fantasy football winner. And that's who I'm going with. Notoriously got slapped because of a fantasy football argument on the field.
Jock Peterson?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We're gonna go with the big pick here. I got a big
it's
pick ready
hilarious,
for you
man.
guys.
I forgot who slapped him, but yeah, all the baseball guys were in a fantasy football league, and basically he was hiding
That's a big
some
pick.
players on IL.
That's a big pick for me right there.
Hoarding them,
Just wanna
and
let
then
you
he
guys
won
know.
it, and one of the players didn't like it. And pregame, they're like talking about fantasy football, and this dude just slaps the crap out of Jock Peterson. It was a whole debacle, but anyways.
That's actually it's pretty funny. I'm always interested to hear like how professional sports players like think about fantasy as also, being professional sports players themselves.
What's up, Dan the Diggity?
I hear like a lot of them are into it.
You like Grossman? What is this?
Obviously, they're
Works
not
to adjust
supposed to
mechanics.
do a league of
We
their
love
own
an
league,
adjuster.
but I'm sure there are people out there.
We
that
love
do
an
it.
adjuster.
Oh yeah.
Hey, if you guys have seen
Well, I don't know.
drafts, this is
I know
not
a lot
that
of football
long.
players who draft
even
teams
close.
who have fantasy teams for football, and they're like a notorious like
It's like an hour and a half.
fantasy football drafts or whatever, like Juju Smith-Schuster and stuff like that. So
Hey, I love that. Jackpot Jossie. Getting our man Dan subbed here. Dan the Diggity, just so you know, if you're interested in the baseball, I don't know if you follow other sports as well, but we'll be doing some other drafts that you could join up with if you're interested. We're doing them on Underdog Fantasy, which is a recent partner of ours that we're working with. They got a nice little deposit bonus right now, sign up bonus. If you deposit up to $100, they'll match it 100%. So use the code ChessBra, man, if you want to sign up. Underdog Fantasy. We got a link there in the chat as well. But yeah, we'll be running some more drafts, buddy, in case you like other sports as well. NHL, NBA playoffs. NHL is my bread and butter. I admit to being a complete baseball noob. Chess draft? I'm not going to say yes, but I'm not going to say no. We might have some fun stuff to do with chess with Underdog, but no, nothing planned at the moment. You guys just got to bet higher or lower on my Title Tuesdays. There'd be a lot of rich people if you took the under. Yeah, we've done chess drafts before, so it's not uncommon. People are maybe saying it as a joke, but we've actually done them.
We did a chess draft for the World Blitz and Rapid I'm on. That was quite fun. I think I lost a lot of money.
Yeah, we've actually done a decent amount of chess drafts. World Blitz and Rapid is kind of a good staple. But even for other tournaments as well, World Blitz and Rapid is a fun one because it has the most participants and everyone's super strong.
How do you do?
And
the
there's always
scoring in that?
people looking for action in the Discord, straight up.
our Discord? No.
Oh, you got to sub to be there.
You can start to tell later in the draft people are tuning out and going to the auto draft because these picks are just firing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Chelsea Morgana. I got the Google open on the side. I'm just like, this guy looks good. This guy doesn't.
To be honest, I know maybe like 1 out of 5 people at this point. Maybe 2 or 3 out of 5, depending on the little
I'm not
group.
gonna lie, I'm deep into baseball, so I know all these names. But
Actually, I know a lot of these names. Never mind.
It sounds so like crazy to me, and then I'm like, man, if this was hockey, like I knew every single name till the last pick of the draft. So it's like everyone just has their
Right.
sports.
It's getting to the point where it's starting to get real tough to decide because all these people kind of suck.
the definition of mid 100 players.
Yeah, these are guys where like if you were playing like MLB 2K or something and you had them come up, you're like, oh shit.
What do you guys got for the World Series this year?
Go Stros, baby. Come on. Back to back.
I can't. No, I hate the Stros so much. I mean, I want to say the Yankees, but like they're gonna blow it again. So whatever. But if I'm just happy that the Mets season is already collapsing before the season even started, because there's nothing I dislike more than Mets fans. Just watching the meltdown of all the Mets fans who had to watch Edwin Diaz get hurt celebrating the World Baseball Classic win is just, it was maybe one of the best days.
How
in
did he hurt
baseball
himself?
So he closed out the game, and then after the game when they were like celebrating, he just like blew up his knee or something, just like walking around.
He was jumping up and down.
Yeah.
That's
like
crazy.
in the huddle after the win because they went to the quarterfinals. They were like, yeah, and they were like jumping up and down, and then he landed awkwardly, and they're like, oh.
And this is why, like, teams don't let their players play and stuff like this. Like, it always feels bad as a fan. You're like, oh, what? He's not allowed to play? Like, what the hell? And then something like this happens, and you're just cringing as a manager. It's like, are you joking me?
I mean, yeah, I get it, but it could happen in spring training. That's what happened with Rhys Hoskins.
For you, J Bell.
He was just running down to first spring training game, and
yeah, it's one of those things.
Lead me to
where,
victory,
like,
Joseph.
If your player didn't get hurt, you're like, oh, why not just let them play? But as soon as your player gets hurt, you're like, oh, it should be banned. Like, don't let them play at all. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Just flip flop to whatever's convenient or correct at the time.
Double-edged sword, I guess.
I mean, it seems like all the players want to play it. Like, they all said that it was like the most fun they've had in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, the enjoyment of winning in Mike Trout's eyes in every interview was just blissful.
Well, he's not very used to that on the Angels. So.
Yeah, he's like, this is why it's awesome.
I think I'm almost like happy that the U.S. lost though, because I felt like if the U.S. was just dominant in the World Baseball Classic, it's almost bad for it because it just almost like disincentivizes other countries to put more money into it and like build up their programs if the U.S. is just gonna stomp them every year.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's like Canada winning hockey, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, who cares? We get it, dude.
I mean, does the NHL stop them from playing in the Olympics? Or is it kind of just like a more free flowing like?
I think I'm not sure, to be honest.
It's tough because you also don't want to disincentivize winning.
Right.
I mean, yeah, that country pride goes a long way.
Yep.
I think it would be different if baseball had an Olympics event also, but since it's not in the Olympics, like this is the only thing that like has like countries competing against each other. So it's almost like the World Cup in soccer,
Right.
but it obviously doesn't have the same pull as that because baseball is almost like exclusively in America as far as
Mm-hmm.
the big league. But those leagues in Japan and Korea are getting really big. There's like a crazy amount of support in like Japan and Korea for baseball right now.
Yeah, those fans are awesome in Japan. Like Otani hit a home run, and like literally they just passed the ball around to every fan to take a picture of it, and then they returned it to the guy who caught it. Like America and Canada, never. That's never gonna happen.
Yeah, that would never happen.
Yeah, what did they have to do for the guy? What was it, Gronk? Did Gronk give away Tom Brady's ball in the end zone? Someone did.
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans, and like they had to pretty much had to sell an arm and a leg to that guy or something.
Yeah.
But it was still.
I know.
Like, didn't
I
even
know
get both.
that. I think Aaron Judge's 60-second home run ball last year sold for like $2 million or something.
Jeez.
Yeah, that guy who caught Aaron Judge's ball actually lost money, but
Yeah, he got offered more initially and said he's gonna put it to auction, and then auction for less.
Yeah, I feel like if someone offered me $2 million for a baseball, like I'm not gonna be like, I think I could get 2.1. Like,
I think he got offered like 4 or something, and then said no, I'll take my chances, and then it auctioned for like 2. I mean, the guy still won a big break, but
yeah, feel so sorry for the guy getting $2 million. Oh my gosh,
poor guy. Must
I
be
really
struggling.
about to draft Syndergaard. I think I am.
He's on the Dodgers. That's my team.
I'll leave him for you.
Amon is a confirmed Dodgers fan.
I'll let you deal with that.
I've never been a bigger Dodgers fan. I'm gonna have the whole pitching rotation.
It's not a bad pitching rotation to have. I think we're down to one more pick, right?
Like
I
one
think
more
so.
round.
Yeah, one more round after
I
this.
think I have one more pick, yeah.
So if I have my 2 back-to-back picks right now, those are my last 2, right? Yeah, I think so.
Correct.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, so yeah, like me and Amon are almost done.
Because I have in my NHL fantasy, one of the guys I grabbed in the very last round is like one of my highest performers on my team. So this is where championship teams are made, right here. These picks, boys.
Yeah, these last 2 guys will make or break your season right now.
Exactly.
A lot of
Could be. Could be. That's why it's so important. Go. Oh, slam Diego action.
We're doing it, boys.
Another shocking pick by Amon.
Hey, just
All he needs to see is LAD. That's all he needs.
hey, what can I say? I'm a lad through and through.
LAD, good enough for me, you know?
Hopefully the Dodgers are good this year.
It's
Well,
either
they're notoriously good in the regular season. It's just postseason. So it's a very viable strategy here.
All
Oh,
right.
I don't know.
I think that's my
This
last
guy's
pick.
name is fun to say. Yep, I'm out of here too.
You got some De La Cruz in there.
A little De La Cruz.
De La
Let's spice
Cruz.
it up.
How do you do? Thank you, J Bell. Thanks for the insights.
I think I gotta take a chance on this last pick, but we'll see. Is J Bell giving you some insider info in chat?
It's insider info because he's saying it to me, and there's no other qualifiers. It's very much outside info because he's typing it in chat.
Fair enough. You gotta hope he times it up right with your pick so people don't take it from you.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually more of an indicator that he's typing it in chat, everyone's seeing it, and his picks are still available when it comes down to me. So, I didn't actually
maybe
think about
he's sending you in a bad direction.
that.
Well, if you lose or if you end up coming in like last or something, you know who to blame.
Exactly. I'm
Might
just,
might even be a ban.
I'm too much of a streamer. I'm already building in my excuses.
It's basically the Los Angeles Dodgers and Amon versus everybody else. Okay, cool. Got it. I got it.
That's what this draft was all about. All right, what's the last pick there, AG?
I am lost. I have no idea. I have an infielder I want, but I have a lot of infielders, and know what? I'm just doing it anyway. I don't care. Betting big on the infield this year.
Okay.
Yeah, he's speedy. He had like 20 steals last year, so he's probably gonna have like 30 this year, and then it's just I think steals are pretty valuable in this.
Mm-hmm.
Stonewall or King's Gambit? Those are very different.
Yeah, tough choice there.
Two feel like pretty widely considered terrible openings, no?
Yeah, generally speaking.
I
But
will
I haven't gotten around to revitalizing and making the King's Gambit playable, but we're doing it with the Stonewall right now. A little interior.
That's
design.
it.
That's it. There we go. We're done. How you feeling about the teams there, boys?
You know, I actually didn't look at all at anyone else's teams, and now that we're done.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I haven't looked at yours either. Let's take a look. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Your pitchers are
Who are we looking at? Batkins?
This is you now.
Oh, me. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, Yu Darvish is probably good, but he's a tough number one. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do have good news for you, Amon. You are projected the most points out of every team.
The stats don't lie. I'm just saying.
You are. I think you're gonna have a lot of home runs. To be honest.
Because of
just
which names are standing out? Like, yeah,
Vladdy, Freddie. Lowe hits a good amount of home runs. Muncy hits a lot of home runs. Will Smith hits a lot of home runs.
Oh, Will Smith.
Yeah, your whole infield is just a bunch of thick boys who hit home runs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mon's got a type.
Yeah, exactly.
The Dodgers and home runs.
If they're not on the Dodgers, you better believe they're over 300 pounds.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was a pleasure, boys. I'll rejoin stream.
Yeah. See you guys. Thanks for participating, and good luck to the squads.
Yeah, thanks for hosting.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. See you maybe for another draft.
For sure.
Later.
Absolutely.
There we go. Does this show the teams here? There we go. I'm wondering where the how he saw so quickly that the projected score was the best. Let me see some of these teams here. I do not recognize too many people if they're not on the Jays. What's up, Neil? Hello, Chicken Pants. We got more drafts coming. We just finished our baseball draft. Season's about to start. Let's see Skag's team. Skag is a dangerous lad. I'm scared of Skag's team. How did you see that mine was the highest, AG? How did you know that? Or did it just say on my profile? Oh, did you just make that up? It seems believable. It checks out. It checks out. Well, anyway, there we go. We're going to do a few more of these drafts, guys. Exclamation mark fantasy. We're using Underdog Fantasy right here. This is a pretty exciting new partnership for us. And you'll be hearing a lot more about it. But we just finished our baseball draft with a bunch of people from our community. Our chat. Most of these people hang out pretty regularly here in our Discord and whatnot. But we'll be doing some more NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs starting soon. So those are probably the next two big ones. But thanks for the baseball tips in chat, guys. I am a total noob, so if we do well in this baseball draft, I mean, we do not know how we did it. Are there other sports too? Yeah, absolutely, man. Lots of sports. Yeah, these are just the pick'ems, but it kind of gives you an idea. Obviously, NCAA. March Madness is on right now as well. That's a big one. NBA, NHL, golf. I think there's some big tournaments starting soon. Tennis, soccer. They even have a bit of esports in there as well. Have a pretty good squad. Thank you. Thank you. Pitchers, I'm leaning on our buddy Drew Rasmussen here. Big Drew. Let's see here. We need some we need Vlad Guerrero to carry. Big Vladdy. I'm gonna switch back to the chess category here. But I'm gonna take like a couple minutes break here. I'm just gonna grab a drink. It's Thursday. Maybe that was a little low T for a start to a Thursday stream, but the thing with these drafts is you gotta do them sometime. And it's never going to be perfect time for everyone. But I thought I would stream it because it is kind of cool and it's fun to get on a voice chat while it's happening. Yo, what's up, Jay Cass? Shoot, you missed the draft. You just got here. Yeah, man. I was gonna keep going with some chess right now, but I thought I'd grab a drink first. Badkins, I'm coming for first place, my guy. I am coming for first. If I do not win first, you guys are gonna have to beat the statistics, which, trust me, is not easy to do. Not easy to do at all. Getting back to chess, I am, but I'm gonna take just a break for a sec. Grabbing a drink, Tim Cannon. Anyone else grabbing a Thursday drink? And honestly, having a name on my team that I actually know is a big deal for me. So, Vlad Guerrero, boom, I'm happy. and he's on the Jays. All right, be right back, guys. We're gonna keep the stream going. We've only just got started. Thanks for hanging while we did this draft. Thanks for participating, Badkins, AG, Chelsea. I think we had quantity sufficient as well. We got J Cass, of course. So, like I said, gonna grab a drink and BRB. Let's play some chess. All right. Okie dokie. I've got a raspberry peach premium craft cider. So you know I mean business. Crack open this bad boy. Hello, Dr. Lord. What are you looking for, buddy? What you looking for? Yes, raspberry peach premium craft cider. Holy shit, it's so good. Wow. What brand is the cider? It's like some Toronto thing. Brickworks. Brickworks Cider House. Something like that. Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. I am re-energized. And I will not be hitting 2600. My rating is going to be going up. I'm feeling the speed right now. No, that's fair. You can round down, Dr. Lord. But you're going to be rounding up pretty soon, buddy. When you see what I've got in store. Start off with a convincing dub. Hello, Darkbone. Did you miss marbles, he says. Here, takes. Queen h5, bishop h7, king there is okay. Got some rooks coming in to say hello. Uh-huh. Take that. Takes. Should be fine for me. My knight gets out. He's got tons of hanging pawns here. Queen a1's an idea. This pawn is hanging. This in trouble here, I think. Just take this. Got knight c6. Get him out of here. Just gotta start small. Incremental goals. Okay, Aiden, I can handle that pressure. No problem. Only the beginning, Gunnar Stahl. Only the beginning. Getting out of this check. Getting off the C file. A lot of good things with that move, I think. I don't really understand that move. I mean, I'm up a pawn. Obviously, this endgame is fine for me. I don't know what he's doing. Why is he trading? Like, it's kind of strange. We do not want to trade these bishops. That's what I know. I know that to be true. Always annoying to play these positions because you're better, but you have to work harder than I'd like. Oh my goodness. Missed that. It's just hard to keep everything defended. You know what you need to do in these positions, but you still have to do it. There we go. I think I'm playing it well. I think we played that well. It's just always hard to play with the always hard to play with the two bishops. I mean, I'm up a pawn, two bishops, but if I ever trade the dark squared bishops there, my opponent will all of a sudden like basically win the game, which is really stupid, but it's just how it works. Like if these bishops ever trade, all of a sudden it's a very losable position. But we don't do that around here. Let's go for e5. You feel these positions have to be pretty much winning, though. It's like, how the hell is this not winning? Does that win or no? I think that's threatening to win the game, isn't it? Oh, he has this move. For some reason, I thought he didn't. Takes, and I can attack the knight with f5. I thought that wasn't playable, because he just loses the knight and gets mated. Now, do we want to take, or do we just go f5? That's the question. Going f5 first might be the play. Because if he moves, I'm going there anyway. I don't know. We're just attacking. We're just saying hello to the good people from Chess TV. God bless them. Well, the thing is, Darkbone, if it's the same, then you should always keep the attacking pieces on. I'd rather have my attacker versus his defender. Okay, so he's going for some sort of draw here. I definitely can't believe it, but he's getting this pawn. That's concerning. That's concerning. So we're going to have to go here. Can't let him take those. It was also possible maybe to take this way, but I don't know. King f1, and he has nothing else. It's a very messy position, but I have a... If this doesn't work, I'm completely screwed. I really am. So I'm quite all in on this idea working. But I'm attacking this twice. I mean, hey. A basic plan, but it still needs an answer. And that's a little bit of an answer. Problem is, if I take here, he's got what? Queen f4 check? But as I'm now learning, that's okay. So knight takes, we have this. And queen check and takes, I have pawn takes here. So I realized that was actually winning the whole time. Didn't need to be concerned. King here, king here. Maybe king here. This is a threat. So knight takes gets mated. It has to be queen takes pawn. But then I take here. And I'm threatening to get a queen. He has to sack his queen and it's all over. It's all over. That was a nice attacking game. Go me. Oh, it's GMGMG. Our buddy. GMGMG. I think this is a very good position for me. My bishop's fantastic on h2. We stop b5. Is b5 that annoying? Let's do it. It's too easy for him to play that position. Everybody takes. Maybe there's knight c5. Somehow I don't buy it. I feel like this is wrong though. Wow. Definitely did not see that coming. Wow. Surprisingly strong. But if we castle, are we not threatening this pawn? Okay, I had to think a bit there. That was a pretty annoying move. We're really down on time. He played pretty tricky this game, I thought. That was a big turnaround. Big turnaround. Big KO. Get him out of here. This was nice. Thank you to Alphabet Zoop. 7 months, tier 3. That was nice. Thank you for the resub with Prime. Boobs and Jeans. One of the most eclectic names in the chat. Let's go C5. Thank you for the support, Alphabet Zoop and Boobs and Jeans. D6. That's right, Dr. Lord. You're looking at me in the flesh, buddy. In the flesh. Keep him coming, Akashi Rawi. Okay, okay. You like what you're seeing? Beladat, 21 months with Prime. Doesn't mind looking either. Okay, he's taking some time here. I mean, I know where my pieces want to go, but the order they go there is very important. Bishop A3 energy, which means we need the knight here to play knight C5. So this move is just forced. If I play bishop here comes, and I'm screwed. So pretty much forces my hand. Can't take that. Not with the pressure there. Take this way. I think I really am supposed to play D5 before he plays E4. This is like the most correct. He's going to play knight A4 after taking, though. I don't know if I love that. So we'll just do this for now. Rook there. Probably will do this. Not much I can do about it, though. Okay, now this is tempting. That does not look right. Check. This move is a little annoying. Didn't fully account for that. Time's getting low though. We'll go here and here. Now this doesn't work. Oh, I didn't defend my bishop. It's just silly. I'm obviously going to win the game, but silly not to play rook g4, which would have made the game a very complete, nice game from start to finish. Now there's a blemish for no reason. It's, like I said, still completely winning, but it's kind of annoying. The heck's up with this move? Trying to be all fancy. Okay. Castle, go for f4. It's hard for him to castle unless his bishop is there because of that move. Iceberger's working out. F4 is coming. Not gonna think too much. Either take or bishop there. I think bishop there. Yeah, I mean, if I get mated, then that's the end of it. We're just gonna have to bite the bullet. But I'll keep pushing for now. Need e5 desperately. Don't think that works. We have a rough position, but it's kind of maybe hanging on by a thread or something. So now he's threatening to take, I think. That was a good recovery. Queen c5 was a good move. I had to spend some time on it, but I think it was worth it. Thank you, Mr. Neil. Trying to recover some rating. Trying to make this a recovery stream. We were all laughing when I was on my way to 2600. We have to recover. You know it's Stefan Bodzan, that's right. Keen ear, my friend. Yes, a recovery beer. Exactly. Queen b2 is so weird with a bishop there. Definitely don't understand that move. He's doing some funny stuff, that's for sure. I don't know what the guy's up to. E5's in the cards here. H4 by him is also a little odd. Gives me the G4 square to play with. If he takes, of course I have this. My goal is to put a knight on c4, knight e5, or knight b6. Probably gonna have to take it a little slow. Knight e5 is nearby. This rook is a little odd. Doesn't e5 win it? It also threatens e4 as an idea. If he goes rook here, I have e4. Knight takes, we win a whole rook on d5 instead of just the exchange, which might be good compensation for him. He's going here, which is a bit tricky. Takes, knight f6 though, looks solid. No, we have this. We have this. Thank you, Dill.
I added more cheese.
Perfect. Perfect. Are there any more ciders downstairs? Whoever this is super.
So there might not be.
Oh, even if there's not another one of this, just ciders in general.
Oh, but they're all ciders. This is cider. That's
A Radler is a cider? Cider?
Yeah, cherry Radler. It's a cider.
No, I'm asking, is a Radler a cider? I don't know what a Radler is.
Neither do I, but I thought it was a cider.
I thought a Radler was a beer.
Oh, really? I've tried to. They get confusing.
Is it a cider? That's the chat. I actually have no idea.
They get confusing because they're so colorful. I get confused. Like I'm trying to buy ciders and then.
No, a Radler, not a Rattler. Yeah. It's like a fruity beer. Reminds me of like a craft beer.
Oh, it says craft lager. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So I just meant anything other than the Summersby. Like those are good, but these are kind of funky. I like them. Just anything other than the usual. Well, it can be this, but just
I thought you'd like that one. Okay.
anything that's not
I'll look.
simple. It's
Yeah,
just super
I'll take a
tasty. By the way, I've been KOing people here. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but the speed has been flowing and the tactics have been lethal. Has anyone been paying attention? There's been some nasty KOs on the board today. We have put together 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wins in a row. 7 wins in a row. We have not drawn a game. We have not lost a game since we started playing. It's been devastation. Yeah, these ciders are good. These ciders are good. Okay, I need to eat some food, so I need to take a break. What are we going to do in the break? Maybe some tactics. That way everyone can participate. I just need to eat. Yeah, survival. There we go. A marbles break. Marbles isn't a break for me. That's a shift. Hello, Hella. Why? What do you suggest during the break? It can't be marbles. Marbles is very like engaging for me. I can't eat food while I do marbles. I just got some spaghetti shelled fade. Oh wow, try this one. It says strong on it.
This is strong.
Must be for people who boulder.
There's 2 of these. There's 1 more left.
Okay, sweet. Thank you. Okay, see ya. Pistola, thanks for the 35 months. Vitogo, 34 months. Can you watch a Hickey rerun? Oh, get the hell out of here with that. No homemade banana bread. Sipping strong and smoking lean. We're not watching Hickey reruns. I just have to do enough of these tactics that they aren't super obvious main ones, you know? Okay. They're not super obvious. Check here. Check. Check. It's going to be a draw. Here, here, here. Okay. It's right around the point I can start eating. Okay. What's the solution? You guys do the work for me. King H1, I'm going to veto Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. Queen D5. Beacon, what about Rook D8? I'll go rook d8. Queen e4. There you go. Continuing the line. Queen d5, I'll go bishop e3. Another problem. Remember, Beacon, when I say a move, doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong. It just means continue. So, queen d5, rook d8, you could say queen e4. Queen d5, bishop e3 is the real problem. But especially in chess, never lose confidence in your own suggestion just because someone asks you to play another move. Yes, bishop c5 and then queen d5. That way we deal with this threat, and we also fork 2 pieces, which looks winning. This one doesn't look too difficult. On phonem, Fugs. On phonem. Wow, 50 months from Pass Pawn 9999. Jeez, welcome back, buddy. Welcome back and thanks for the resub. Yeah, we can go here and then take, but you know what? In this position, if it was black's turn, it would be a draw. Does everyone understand that? Let's say takes. Once the king's on g7 and the rooks are gone, if it was black to move there, it would be a draw. Does that make sense to everybody? It's only winning because it's white to move, even though you have an extra bishop. The square rule? Well, sort of the square rule. More importantly, it's the fact that white's king is completely stuck. So if your king can never join the game and you only have a bishop, all you can do is like, you have to stop him from queening. So your bishop's stuck on this diagonal. So imagine black's king is in front of your pawn. Like, you can't do anything. You're not going to win the game because your king can't participate. So we're only winning because we actually queen before the king gets over there. Is what I'm saying. Because we're up a bishop. You might think, oh, whatever. Doesn't matter if the king catches our pawn or not. But it actually does matter there because even though you're up a piece, it would be a draw if the king could stop the pawn. Knight e7. If king f8, we have mate. If rook takes, we have check and mate. That one was an easier one. This one, not so easy in my opinion. Very, very tricky. Really gonna have to put your thinking caps on for this one. This is what separates the good from the great. How many people think the answer is queen d8? It's okay to admit it. Literally a hanging rook. Just a hanging rook sitting there. Once again, no Dr. Lord. This is a great tactic to know, by the way. When the queens are facing each other, it's usually not protected over here. And so you can move this knight somewhere in the center. They take your queen. You're not forced to take back. You can do something else, and then you can take the queen. Knight here, king here, no good. Nicely done. Knight e4. Rook f7. You guys are going to need more than just one moves. There we go, unibrow cow. Rook f7, king here, rook g6. Surprisingly is mate. This knight covers the rook. This rook protects the knight. The rook covers these squares. Bit of a weird checkmate, I will admit. Here's a good one for the chat. Very complicated. Rook is hanging. What's the material? It's even. Dead even. So, like, I think they might go queen f3 at the end to try to win our rook, maybe. But we have so many ways to prevent that. But I think he might try to do that. No. So now, what move will he do now? Queen c6 or knight c6? Which one is better? Most people have arrived at the correct answer. I'm not sure if you all got there for the right reason, but a few of you definitely did. Knight here, the queen's attacking it. Something like a4, and there's no way to defend it. So definitely the queen. This one looks relatively straightforward as well. The ladder definitely doesn't work. Rook f7. King here is a nice easy mate. And king here. I can see a few different ways to mate, but queen takes, king here, and rook f5 is checkmate. So we're just going to play it. All right. Bishop takes c7. Bishop b4 check, huh? Bishop b4 check. c3, you want to take it, take it. I move my king, and what? You're down a piece. Ah, it's important. Some of the chat wants to take the bishop. But if you take the bishop, you're not even ahead. Have you guys even done the math? You're going to have 3 pawns, 4 pawns. Black's going to have 4 pawns, and you're both going to have a bishop. You didn't win anything. You did nothing there. Bishop c4 will lead to eventual mate. Bishop c4. Yes. And queen here. We want to take the more valuable piece in the corner. Taking the knight, I mean, we're just down a pawn. So this one kind of needs to be a checkmate idea. King here. Well, you got me thinking here, buddy. Knight h5. Right? Only check that I can see that's any good, because knight e8, king f8 doesn't help. So knight h5. King here, here, or here. I believe we have mate no matter what. This is kind of a funny one. Dirk Diegler, thanks for the 37 months with the tier 3 resub. Chifty P, thanks for 3 months with Prime. Darkbone, gifting us up. It's a secret. Thanks, Darkbone. Yeah, rook h8. Kind of weird, though, right? So rook h8, f3, check, and check. And we take that. If we take this, we're still down. Like, yeah, take this. We're going to lose one of our pieces. We don't have any pieces left, so we definitely have to go for mate here. That looks like the only thing I see. There's not too many squares to move to here. Check. King here is mate. And check. King here. Probably h6. We don't want to check here and have the king run that way. h6. And if the king takes or goes there, queen h5 is mate. h6 is a cute move, for sure. Definitely a nice one. Huh. I have to admit, this one's a little basic, but unintuitive. Why, never mind there, M. Sawaski. I mean, we're getting killed here, so I think we need to take. Pawn takes, queen check, trades the queens. If queen takes, then we're coming with knight d7, and for the moment it's guarded, so I think that's pretty simple. That's what I'm looking at. I'm also done my food, so. Queen trade? Are you kidding me? Give me that. Give me that. Check. And not taking here because we would then lose our queen. But check. Check. Oh. E4 is would be a strong move if it could be played. If takes, then I think just king h1. That's not that impressive, is it? I think that's the move, though. Takes and rook takes f2, I think we need to do. Bishop f2 is not enough. It's like you just win a pawn. It's kind of meh. We start with rook f2, we lose our queen, and winning our queen back is not good enough. But if we take first, and then take on f2, if rook takes, they get mated, and they should be losing something there. So, surprisingly, I think we actually trade the queens first. This one looks relatively basic. All three of these get forked somehow. Takes and takes. Check, king there. We just have to check again. Surprisingly, this is actually a mate. If you do any kind of rook move, then you'll get sacked on here. These checks don't seem to lead anywhere, but check, check, and queen h3 is forced mate. Let's make 50. That's a good goal. Well, honestly, I mean, I just want to take. That's what I'm thinking. Take and like g5 or something. Takes g5. This rook is trapped, the bishop's trapped. f4 only move. King f7. Takes, king g6. Seems winning. King f7 is the move. Okay, wait, which way are we going here? We're going up the board. If we go here, this move is forced. My instinct is something like bishop f2 for some reason. Bishop f2 or bishop c3. Bishop c3 doesn't seem to accomplish very much, but bishop f2, if the bishop takes, then we push. The rook has to go here, and then we push because the bishop's now blocked. And one of these pawns is going to queen. bishop f2 if he goes, I don't know, here. I don't even think we take the bishop. I think we just push. And he can't go back to e3. I think it's bishop f2. If e7, then rook e3. And bishop c3, rook takes, bishop takes. I'm not convinced we're winning that. Black just plays rook e8, king g8, and rook a8, and we're not doing much. So I think this needs to be bishop f2, surprisingly. If you go e7, I just don't see the win after that. The bishop f2 means you take, and then the pieces really don't coordinate. So I think it's bishop f2. Oh, there we go. All right, we'll leave it at 50 for now. We'll leave it at 50 for now. I just wanted to do some puzzles while I was eating, but I'm done eating. Oh, our buddy tried to sneak in another game with us, eh? He waited like forever to accept and then tried to sneak one in. Look at this very generous dono here. I have a question. If you have a board of pawns that also has the same power as a king, what are we getting here? Okay. $100 dono and a question. So this is an important question. If you have a board of pawns that also has the same power as a king, so you can't be checkmated until every piece is gone, can you beat your opponent that has regular pieces? I need every brain cell available to understand this. If you have a board of pawns that also has the same power as a king, the same power as a king? They can move sideways or backwards. Eh? Does anyone understand this? Check yourself 313. That's the guy I'm looking for. Oh, see, that makes a lot more sense. Kings with the same power as pawns. But are you saying that you still have one piece which is technically your king, and everything has to be captured before, and then you put the final piece in checkmate, or you capture the last piece? Basically, every single piece is a king, except this one is like the actual king. So you have to take all these kings and then checkmate the real king. Do I understand that correctly? I thought I understood it right there. So the question is, would that setup beat a real chessboard of pieces. I want to say that my answer is absolutely, categorically no. I don't think so. Everything would be protected. Yeah, but nothing would be attacked in my position. Right? You would never be able to make a single threat. And my king couldn't be put in check by any of your pieces, essentially. Whereas I can actually check your king. Your king will be checked by my pieces and will need to reply. I feel like I would take the pieces. What would you guys take? We all understand it now. I think that was it was a convoluted question, but it's actually very simple. Every piece on the chessboard is a king, moves like a king, captures like a king, all that. Except, of course, these pieces can't be put in check. There's only one real king on the board that can be put in check, and all other kings need to be captured before the king can be put in checkmate. I think the pieces would win. You got to find the real king first. Now, if I didn't know which one was the real king, that might be tricky. But you guys know I have already done a variant like that. Do you guys remember? We played, I'm not even sure I gave it a name. But basically you pick one of these pieces in your starting position. Let's say one of these. That's not your king, to be your landmine, let's say. And if that piece ever gets captured, you lose. And then it's not so much about giving checkmate, it's about finding which one of your opponent's pieces is the one they've selected. If I can win a game, you'll donate $200. Well, the problem is, check yourself, we can never test this, right? It's impossible. It's impossible, buddy. Right? We can't set up a position with kings, like, that will act, that won't get in check or anything, so. Unfortunately, impossible to test. Pawns also, if we put them there, they won't be able to go backwards. I think the best you could do is put queens, except force the person with the queens to only move them one square at a time. That's the best you could do. And you'd need someone to play along with you. But the fact that the queens would be on the board might actually prevent me from doing moves I want to do. Like if a queen is here and I want to play king here, I can't. Even though in the game, technically I could. So if you use queens, it's definitely on hard mode. This other cider I'm trying is a strong blackberry cider. Let's see. actually doesn't taste very good. I've had a lot of blackberry ciders, but it definitely tastes strong, and it definitely doesn't taste great. Cider is gross. That's a more confusing comment than the question we just had. Cider is gross. Cider is terrific. Everyone loves cider. Thanks for the dono there. Check yourself. We tried, buddy. We tried. I think F4 is coming next. Unfortunately, quite an uncomfortable position here. And there's not really any fixing it. Knight D7, knight F7. That's no good. Yeah, we're just in a really rough spot right now. Knight F7 is such a serious threat. Yeah, it's a really bad position. I don't really know how this happened, but I don't think we're surviving this. We almost might have to play a move like knight e4. Just to keep breathing. I think this is a very good decision, actually. Abiotic, thanks for the 26 months, dude. Appreciate the resub. How are you, Mr. Abiotic? At least I'm still playing the game here. That's about all I can say. But the only good thing I can say. Can I explain the B4 move? Honestly, no. Pretty good save, but I actually thought I was probably going to win that game when I saved it, so disappointed not to. D-Punk, thanks for the 5 years. D-Punk 4. Appreciate it, buddy. That is a long time. Astro. Appreciate the prime. Classic endgame draw. Yeah, something like that. Whoa. Whoa, 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 my friend. Can't be playing that move, can we? Something don't feel right here. Thanks for the raid, MF Torsani. Is that a Spanish raid? Maestro Fide? I suppose I'll play 95. Really don't know what I'm doing. Wow, he castles. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Brazil? Hey, I was on the right track. At least I got the first 2 letters right. Brazilians, welcome to the Chess Bra channel. Let's take this way. I don't mind sidestepping the king. So much so, I'll do it for free. So my knight is fantastic on e5. The only way it's like not good on that square is if somehow he gets c5 or undermines this, or maybe he'll sack, but knight looks very good there. Check yourself. If you donate $500, could you get the game set up somehow? If you donate $500, I will do absolutely everything in my power to set it up. I can promise you that. Queen takes f3. This is not very good. I have to be careful. He has some bishop tricks, but I don't think it should be good enough. But he does get some play. I mean, let's not entertain it. I was worried he was going to play bishop e2. Now if he does it, it's not as bad. But locking my rook on e1 would have been annoying. If I play rook here, he can take. Just noticing that. Concerned about this. You know he's fast because he's a national master. I had a weird hallucination that my rook was going to be hanging there for a sec, but I guess it wasn't. It must have been just by luck, though. I could have definitely hung my rook there. I should have pre-moved the... I should have promoted the other pawn so that my rook was always defended, but I pushed this one, and it was pure luck that like his king wasn't already there. I didn't foresee that. So that's why I paused. I was like, wait a minute. I definitely hung my rook there. Yeah, we should just go like that. We should use the other pawn. Yeah, National Master at his rating, 2750 plus. We are definitely aware that he's going to be fast. Check yourself 313 actually just donated $500. All right. We are about to set up one of the most fun chess variants you've ever seen. If you're putting your money where your mouth is like that, I will find a way to set this up. If we aren't able to set this up using the resources in front of us, we're bringing the chessboard in real life. OTB chess, Dill against Hambo. It might have to go down. All right, so basically what we need, and I don't think, yeah, we need this. This is what we need, but we need it to actually play. We need these kings to not react to checks, and the king on e1 to be the only king that can be put in check. And checkmated, basically. The last king standing becomes the true king. Oh, so it's not just this one. Is that right? So it's whichever king is the last one taken becomes the real king? Uh-huh. Okay. Got it. Got it. So it's really just all kings. So wait a minute. Wait a minute. When I first answered the question, one of my big reasons for picking the other side here was I said that you could put the king in check. So hang on. If you can't check any of these kings, is that what I understand? There's no such thing as check? Because none of the kings are the real king? So if there's no such thing as check, then that means I might not pick the other side here. No, you definitely can't set this up and just have it play because it's going to be invalid. Of course, you can't have this many kings. Like Spartacus, everyone stood up and said they were Spartacus. Are you talking about the right thing? So everyone was a king? I thought you were going to say The Life of Brian. At the very end of the movie, when they say they're going to release Brian. And of course, at that point, everyone who's currently crucified proceeds to exclaim, I'm Brian. It's kind of like if I'm playing someone on stream and I lose the game to an 1100, I say, damn, that was a good game. Who was that in chat? Which one of you guys was playing? Everyone will say me. Oh, that was me. It was my game. I was playing. Oh, that was my game, Amon. GG. Much like that. So that's the energy I get from these kings here. The last one standing is the one true king. So we can check out the variants. I'm not sure it'll offer much for us here. So can you set up a position in 4-player chess? Sorry, not 4-player chess, but variants. Is there like a variant setup? Mix and match rules to make your own variant. Edit rules. Aha! Hang on a sec. What is this? Game of points. No. Random rules. Replace rooks with sailboats. Replace rooks with chariots. But we need... Huh. Pawns can also move 1 square sideways. That doesn't quite get us going backwards. I'm not sure this gets us very far, actually. Okay. The real king has an icon. Correct. This isn't precisely it, but I think you can understand how there's not going to be any option, obviously, for the last piece to be taken to just become transform into an actual king on any chess website. So I think this is about as close as we're going to get for now. But I just want to try this to see if this even works the way that we want it to. How do I do this? Like, I can challenge a specific person, but if I just put this challenge out there, do you guys see that? If you're in the like variants tab or something. Also, I put that the king has to be captured. That's what regicide is. But I could take that out. I think this is kind of it. So like, I think that's check. Yeah, it says check up there. It says check. We're doing it. We're doing it. Definitely going to need some more cider for this. White can never lose. Well, if I play king here, takes, takes, takes. That's no good for me, right? Kings can move backwards, so that's protected. So, for example, let's play king here next. I have a good pawn structure here. It's like I just have pawns everywhere. Evaluation? You guys have to give the evaluation. It's whatever you think it is. We're playing it, right? We're actually doing it right now. I think this is actually the variant. Minus the king thing, but I think we're not doing too badly. There's a lot of action happening over here. Do we win material here? Oh, shoot. I definitely mouse slipped that. I think I can take that, right? I'm attacking it 3 times. All my pieces are worth the same value, so I think we take e4 here. Okay. Do you see these notations? King H takes G3. King H takes G3. That's right. Better believe it. My H king. What the hell's going on here? Oh my goodness. Okay. Is this the King's Gambit? My opponent's gonna flag. Don't flag, dude. We gotta play this out. Let's run our king to safety. Our real king. This is 3+2, so my opponent can gain time. What the hell is this game? Shoot, that was a good move. I didn't see that. I think we both won a pawn, so to speak. So now it's even. Like we both have the exact same amount of actual things on the board. The hell's this game? Yeah. It's so hard. It's so hard to ever like check the king or anything. It's like impossible to ever checkmate the king, it feels. Impossible. It's so impossible. What's happening there? Is it just becoming a draw? I don't even know. That was weird. I think it just like ended or something. I lost somehow. Okay. Like I said, the pieces are victorious. I don't really know what that was, but I think we played so many moves that it was like it didn't know what to do with the position. I don't really know if this was winning with 3 of them, but it still felt like it was a draw, honestly. Can I show the mate if the queen is gone? Is that difficult? Like with two of them, you mean? So once you have this, then the king can never touch those squares, right? And I imagine that this is the equivalent of checkmate. No, this is like checkmate. Pretty sure. Because the game is that you win when the king is captured. Right? I made it regicide. So this is actually a legal move. Move 101. Could you have played king c3? I think yes. Or actually, wait. That's a good question. No, I think no, because it's regicide. It's not regular chess. It's regicide, which means that when your king is captured, you lose. So your king would be captured before my king was. If you can capture the king, you're allowed to hang the queen. Sorry, you're allowed to hang the king. Right? So obviously, I am technically allowed to play this, and I would win. Yeah. What did you think of that one? Check yourself 313. Was that how you envisioned the variant looking? Because I have to say, that was still relatively interesting to play. It might seem stupid, like you just trade every single piece, but it's not that simple. And even at the end, when I had 3 against just the queen, it was so hard to play. You'd love to see a win. Yeah, maybe, does someone else want to play? I would definitely play you again, A Petkov, but it might be nice to try someone else out if you guys want to give it a try. Let me go. Play? What do we do? All right. Beacon. Good luck. Let's see if we can get a win. I don't mind the variant, I have to say. I will be the first to say that I thought this was going to be stupider than it is. I also did not expect that I would be able to set it up. And we managed that. D4. I'm playing the London system. Guys, we're going to develop our bishop. Don't worry, I'll find a way to play the London. No matter what. New London theory just dropped. Hello to Salty Clown. My light squares are weak here, as you can see. Okay. I'm coming in to say hello. Okay, we just won a piece there. Technically, we won material. Yeah, we got a nice outpost for the king here, controlling c5. I didn't want to get too aggressive and go for it right away, but I am headed there. It's hard to keep track of all the threats. It's weird that your pieces cannot, like, motor down the board. It is odd. Like, this move is playable for black, but it's not for me. It takes some getting used to. Keep the king mass together. It's like I'm just like a blob. Just a blob. I'm going in. Wish me luck. The king is being sent far beyond enemy lines. Okay. My kings are saying hello here. Starting to make some mate threats here. Free rook, but I would lose my king as well. That would be a 1-for-1 trade. I'm coming in to say hello here, bud. think I should probably just take this. I'm not going to be able to save this guy. King here. Not getting any closer. We did well in there. I think we won. Something. Interesting move. Okay. It's a good move. Whew. Holy smokes. I got him at last. Holy cow, get him out of here. What the hell was that? Wait a minute. Low key, this variant is kind of fun. Low key, it's kind of fun. GG, who's that? Beacon. Beacon, thanks for the game, buddy. Yeah, I also got click to moved in my last game, so I knew better for this game. What do you guys think of the variant, honestly? We did get a win, though. Could you get the link to donate again? Oh, right.
Is anything else with your meal, sir? The link to donate, sir? Yes, right here, yes. Anything else, sir?
I thought it was quite enjoyable, actually. Same as every other variant. Stupid as hell. That's fair. I think not everyone is going to love variants. I don't love variants, but there's something about this that's like surprisingly satisfying, like hunting the king down at the end. Are you coming up with the YouTube titles for me, Salty? I won a chess game using only king moves. Any other titles? We got to get the titles going. It's the same reason, Real T Money, I like Valorant once a year. Chrome JS10, thanks for the 24 months. Couple years with us, Chrome. Cashmere Blanket, 14 months with Prime. So I know that the initial thing was, oh, whatever the last king standing is your king. But think about it this way, guys. If that was the way that this game was played, you understand how easy it would be for white to steamroll, right? If there was no actual king that took a check, I think it's like you just get mowed over. So the fact that there is a king that does actually need to be protected makes a big difference in a good way, I think. So the way that it worked out, that we set it up, and it has to remember which king is the legit one, I think is actually better. White needs 2 less kings to make it balanced. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I feel like black is incentivized for... I think black's incentivized to try to trade the pawns for the kings and then use the pieces to be tricky. You want long-range pieces like rooks, queens, and bishops. That's my understanding of it so far. $300 from Check Yourself 313. He's not playing around. He just came up with, I mean, for just inventing a variant, not bad at all, buddy. Truly not bad at all. Amon is black. Yeah, okay. Do you want to switch the colors? I'm wondering how we're going to do that. Can I select? Thanks for the $300, Check Yourself. This guy was serious. $500 to make the game. $300 for a win. Can I select? Maybe I can't play the other side here. Right? How do I do this? I think I need to like set it up so black has the kings. Try that. All right. Try this. Oh, I got you. Check yourself through on 3. We got the dub there. I'm going to try it from the other side now. I put a challenge out there. All right. Good luck, Lost Moose. Let's go. Like, I don't think pawns do anything, you know? Pawns can be blockaded by the kings. I don't actually think they help. So my philosophy is trade the pawns for the kings. Go me. Remember which one's the real king. It's got a nice tag on it for me. I really like using the H pawn and the A pawn. I think the outside pawns are OP. So like getting this pawn here, maybe pushing this pawn up the board. They feel strong. Yeah, if I promote a pawn, I definitely have a huge advantage. I don't think there's any denying that. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. This is tough. But I've kept my long range pieces. I think those are the ones that matter. Sucks not having my bishop, but that's, you know, a casualty of war. So I don't know. I think this is at least playable. Ooh, the king. I don't know about that. Queen should be the best. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. King blunder. I was really focused on just winning the game. So I'm sure you guys are right, but I had a plan and I was executing it well. Go my plan. Okay, where did he hang a king? Here, I could have taken on e5. I realized that, but it was kind of whatever. I had like a simple plan of bringing this pawn up, and I knew I had his king in a bad position. I think the key to winning, as I said at the beginning, was keeping the long range pieces. Like, This is so much pressure and so many diagonals, files, ranks to watch. I think it's too tough. So I didn't really see that I missed a free king, but there was that one move I could have taken on e5. That was about it, though. I think that was a pretty clean game. I really like my decision to trade the queen for the 2 kings earlier. Because guess what? I realized if I'm going to win this game, I need to use a pawn. All right? You can't just lose all your pawns. Then I think you'll never win. Having this pawn up to a6 did some work, but I was able to split him in half pretty nicely. And then all of a sudden he had no pieces on the king side. So that move was a pretty big blunder. But I don't know. I felt this was the right decision. His kings felt too disconnected, you know? You don't want that. One thing's for sure is that he could take here right now instead of doing this move he did. And that would have been... I didn't necessarily account for that. But the kings were coordinated. Das Chess, thanks for the prime sub. That was fun. We got a win with the other side as well. So which side do you guys like more now that you've seen me play both and you've been able to watch every game? Because I have to say, when I'm playing the side with the pawns and the pieces, I feel like I'm playing for a win. When I play the other side, I feel like I'm just like, I could win off a mistake, but ultimately you should never be able to win with just the kings without a blunder. Same thing in chess, but like you need a big blunder. You need them to just like blunder an entire piece. Otherwise, I think there are it's so much easier to blunder one of your kings than it is to blunder one of your pieces. I personally think the pieces are better. That's my assessment. Because the long range pieces, like having a queen down here that does that much damage to the whole board, meanwhile the kings are just one square at a time, is brutal. The kings basically have to stay in a blob together and just like move as a unit, like a game of Snake or something. Kings are very sluggish, yeah. Doesn't feel good. Well, I don't know if Check Yourself 313 is here, but I hope you felt that you got what you paid for. We found the game. We brought it to life. I think the fact that there are kings that actually can be checked is better than the original ruling. We created it. I won from both sides. Got a few games in against the chat. I thought that was pretty fun. What if you had to deliver checkmate with the pieces, not just capture the king? Then I think it... I'm not sure it would really matter. Yeah, I don't think it would matter. That rule, I don't think changes it too much. And you can never say that the other side has to give mate, or you can't invent that rule, because then it's like, how are the kings ever going to give mate? It's impossible. I got wins from both sides there, Check Yourself. But I have to say, it feels like the regular chess army is better, but it's more fun to play with the kings. Like, just because they're new and I don't have any experience with it. It's not a regular chess set. So I enjoyed the games where I had the kings more. What theory can we make for this? I don't know. Bishops, rooks, queens are OP. Knights seem really stupid, honestly. And pawns seem extremely important, but not all of them. Just like keeping a few, especially the rook pawns for queening, because they're the hardest for the kings to go side to side. Kings have no mobility, so A and H pawns I think are super valuable. But knights are trash. You can give them up pretty easily. So I think the least valuable things in this game for white are the central pawns, like the F, E, D, and C pawns, and the knights. I think those are the least valuable. Most valuable, queen, then rooks and H and A pawns, and then probably bishops and B and G pawns, if I had to speculate. What's up, Champ 1977? What's the starting position? It is this. The kings all move like kings. Just regular kings. But you have one king, which is your real king, and can be put in check, and you still need to protect like a normal king. And you lose when your king is captured, not put in checkmate. Captured. What's this, champ? Someone looks like Valentinian? Yeah, this guy definitely gives me Val vibes. Anyway, this was pretty fun. Thanks for the suggestion there, check yourself. Like I said, I thought it was going to be sillier than it was. But it was actually kind of fun. So, you learn something new every day. GG's. Thanks for playing, guys. Whoa, this board looks so different. What the hell? This regular old chessboard. Still undefeated. Nice rating game. Only one king, I know. How boring. What the hell is that move? That was so bad by black. Here, you never play g5 so that your pawn is stuck, right? You move your king somewhere so that they play queen there and they have to guess, are you moving it or are you leaving it where it is? That was really bad. Yeah, this somehow this chess, that just seems so normal now. We've seen this before. This is nothing special. The tennis master. Okay, let's see if I can still play regular chess. Call it regular chess. It's just chess. Mike's cheeks. Oh, hello, brah. It's moved. That's going too slow. We need some more oomph. Bit of a suspicious move. He has this. We have knight e5, but now rook b6. Yeah, a6 just wasn't necessary. Yeah, now we're just in a really bad spot. Because if not for that move, I could maybe think about a move like knight e5 to disconnect the rooks. Some weird draw here. Rook takes here, rook check. If king here, there's rook a7. So I was going to go here. And no matter which check he goes to, I go here, here. And if he goes here, he loses the bishop. Oh, I just realized he has this move. Oh my goodness. I didn't even see that. This move is a fancy move as well. I have to take it. Yeah, that's really strong. Bishop a3 was a simple win, which I didn't even see, but his move is actually really sexy because, you know, we have to take and... Nice enough. Yeah, that was a really easy win. I need to stick to the other kind of chess. A6 was like, I wasn't even thinking. He could play rook e6. It's so simple for him. He only wants to play one game. All right, Dr. Lord Mayo. Let's settle this once and for all. Corrupted my regular play. I think it was bad enough already. A6. It's unlucky the situation we're in where the queen happens to be on that square because of that move. Just unlucky. A5, there's A4, so that doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. Well, we have to take it, don't we? Hmm. Can't go there. Oh, I'm just not gonna be able to take his pawn. That's I guess an annoying endgame. Oh, we've only lost 2 games today. And it was the last 2 games. I should stick to the king chess. so behind here. Okay, but this is fine now. This is okay. Didn't see that. That's not very good. All I had to do was what? Play rook there, and he has no threats for the rest of the game. Ooh. This is brutal. Just trap the rook? I don't know. Rook a2 by him was just like completely winning. I don't really know what he's up to. There's so many pawns that this is still going to be like a very tough position. So that's annoying. Yeah. It's like we're still worse even after winning a piece, which is crazy. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, now we're lost. Now we're lost. All threats we had just went out the window. We have not won since we played that game. brain is thinking in kings. Defa pool. Okay. Something like this. Hmm. Huh. Everyone sees everything. I mean, knight on c4 is really brutal. Yeah, the way he's playing is like just so lethal. GM? Don't believe. Stronger than GM. I mean, this is like, it's just very precise. Very precise. Plays it instantly. I have to take, probably. It's pretty convincing. The only move playable. It's a very convincing game. Very convincing game. Knight c4, queen e1, rook b1. Just like that. Not much to do. Not much to do. Oof. Tough. Like, I mean, the guy's definitely very strong. Definitely very strong. So, why is there an account named Defapool, which looks like the account I'm playing? So obviously the guy that I'm playing is named Defapooi with an I. So the last letter is obviously an I. This account says British/India. And then the account of the same name from the UK is closed for fair play. It says GM British India 2400 FIDE rating and just like links to a random Indian guy. This is probably a GM, I'm not sure who it is, but some sketchy stuff for sure. It's weird that this account got banned for fair play. It's only 1,000. Like, imagine that you Yes. Stop stalking me, lol. It's good content. Yes. Always very good content to play these guys. Good content. Haha XD. Actually, stop looking into me even though my account is sus. Stop, bro. It's good content. He must be in here. Well, he definitely is in here. Refresh? I'm not sure that I will. I'm not sure that I will. On which one, Roberto? Improving player, very talented. Oh, the chess.com ELO estimate. Yeah, it was a strong game. Yeah, it's at the bottom of game review, right? Like it. Yeah. Also, 2861 isn't. It's my bullet rating. This is a really funny analysis, eh? Your opponent got the better of you in that game. You played the opening well, but your opponent was on another level. Listen, you played well, honestly. I gotta give it to you. You played well, but your opponent was just on another level. Like, I don't know how else to tell you, but he was just on another level. My wallet has been opened. Drinks have been drank. And landmine chess is going to be played. Is that your name for the variant I was talking about, Dr. Lord? Where the one we've played before, where you name a piece? And if it gets captured, then it's then you lose. You're hunting my light square bishop. You don't name a piece in the other person's position. You name a piece in your own position. Yeah, my opponent was on another level, yes. Another level, Brad. This was fun. This was not. Dr. Lord, are you looking to play yourself or you want to watch the other people? Thanks for the 10,000 bits, Dr. Lord Mayo. You are looking to play a game or two, hey? Hello to Valentinian. Hello to Val. All right, Dr. Lord, what's your where's your challenge at? I could play the game with anyone, but in this game basically whoever I'm playing against names a piece in the chat, and it's a piece, not a pawn, but any piece other than the king. And then you guys spam a bunch of messages so that when I look, I can't see it. So that way you guys know what his secret piece is. And then I will highlight one of my pieces as well, so that you guys know both secret pieces. And the game is not about checkmating the king anymore. It's about taking that piece. Whatever it is. What time format? I don't know, 3+2. Something like that. Increments sometimes nice. But yeah, maybe 3-2 or 3-2 seems reasonable. Does the game end with checkmate? No, if you checkmate, you lose, actually. You can't checkmate. You cannot checkmate. You have to take that piece. So you just keep taking pieces and trading stuff until the game ends, basically. And as soon as your piece gets taken, you obviously have to resign. Okay, so I'm gonna turn around now, and then Dr. Lord can type out his piece, and he's gonna type it out very specifically. Like, if you don't know which color you're gonna get in the game, so say something like dark squared bishop, so that it can be this bishop or this bishop, depending on which one. Or you could say kingside knight or something. So, Dr. Lord, type your piece. What are you going to go for, buddy? And after he types his piece, everybody else can just write a bunch of messages. You guys are good at that. And I'm going to turn around in 10 seconds. Surely that's enough time. All right, all right. All right. Yes. Now, please close the tab, Dr. Lord, so I can let the chat know the piece that I'm going to go for. All right. Good luck, us. I'm moving all my pieces normally so far. Obviously, he's moving as if one of those pieces is his not so good piece. His well, it's not my bishop, and it's clearly not his either. Now, the thing about this game is you do still have to respond to checks. Like, if your king's in check, you still have to move your king or deal with it somehow. You guys remember both of our pieces, I hope. Hopefully this game's making sense. Not really sure which piece I suspect right now. Could definitely be this guy. Obviously, it could be something like the rook, but... Let's take knight takes. There's some stuff there. We can't quite exploit it. We can take that, though. Definitely suspect this, but those are the obvious ones. These ones over here. I actually have a feeling it might be this one, but I'm not sure I have the balls to play queen takes c1 right now. But I really think it could be that. Remember, checkmate is illegal. So if he plays that, that move is not permitted. Okay, now he's put himself in a bad spot because now I can, well, obviously I'm not going for a draw, but the point is I can use the checks to my advantage. So let's go here. I know taking is interesting, but I'm thinking if he takes, then we might be able to try to win his material. Not by taking with the rook, though. Rook b1, I can't go there, but I can go there. So, check here, takes here, check, queen takes, like, we don't know exactly. This bishop was already offered for a trade, so I'm not really suspecting that it could be that piece. I have been thinking that it's this one the entire time, but now we can see that my queen has actually had the ability to take pretty much every piece. So at some point, his piece has been hanging. I don't think it's this. I actually still think it's that. I really do think it's this rook. That was the one that was on c1 earlier that I could have taken. Queen here, king there. That's not allowed. I want to take this guy. That's what I'm after. Well, it's reassuring to know I was right. It was that rook. So my first instinct was correct. Of course, one more, Dr. Lord. Of course, of course. My piece, Dr. Lord, was the knight. Just so you know. The knight from B8. I don't know which piece you thought it was, but it wasn't easy to attack any of my pieces, really. And you definitely put yourself at a handicap when you sack a queen, because then I'm able to use my queen to just go around and take everything without risking anything for myself, you know? Mr. Death, you can play the next one. We're just going to get a rematch in. All right. Sinister Magnus, thanks for the 5-month resub. Mr. Death 5493, thanks for the $10. All right, Dr. Lord, you ready? Same thing, you know what to do. Say your piece there, Dr. Lord. All right, that's got to be enough time. That's got to be enough time. All right. Good luck, Dr. Lord. Good luck, Dr. Lord. Oh, I thought Dr. Lord would play his, I thought Dr. Lord would play his opening. Okay, I'm going to do a soul read on Dr. Lord Mayo right now. First of all, Dr. Lord is the type to select his king. But I believe by a twist of fate that we have selected the same piece. Okay. I mean, bishop takes knight is nice, but the thing is, I know that it's not this knight because he's just put it there. And it's a really obvious move for me to do that. So it kind of just gives him information. It tells him that it's not this bishop. Doesn't really seem worth it. But it is really nice to get the queen out. Okay. I still think it's that. I've had my sights on it since the beginning. It's a pretty good move. Like a good chess move. Problem is it poses me a bit of an issue here, but I don't think I have a way out other than to take. I mean, yeah, but like also, huh? Why didn't I move my bishop? Well, you have to think, first of all, apparently his piece was his queen. You guys are telling me, why didn't I move my light square bishop? His queen is hanging. And his piece is his queen. And he's going to take the bishop. It's weirder that he took my bishop than I didn't move it, right? I waited too long? I don't know about waiting too long, but I will say we might have to tell other people because I'm always gonna think that you guys have checked. I'm always gonna think that you guys have checked. Because it's like, that's a soul read. What's the challenge? We're just playing where you win by taking a piece that's not the king. You know? But it's like unfair to you guys because I can usually tell when the game makes sense. Pawn takes is like a soul read from Dr. Lord. You know? But to leave your own piece hanging to take a piece of mine is like an ultimate soul read. Can it be a pawn? No. No, it has to be a piece. Yeah, the thing is, Robert Mondavi, is that I want the chat to know what the piece is as they're following along. And it's very hard to let everyone know what both sides' pieces are without either side knowing. You know what I mean? Because it's more fun to watch when you know what the two things are. It's like watching poker if you couldn't see the cards. So, I mean, I'm impressed, but I can only give Dr. Lord so much credit because I just can't even fathom leaving your queen hanging when you know your queen. Like, he knows for sure that my next move is taking his queen. But he takes here to win. It's like, okay, I mean, that's impressive. But I'm never going to feel good about it because, unfortunately, I can only be soul read so many times. Definitely takes balls to do that, for sure. But I was soul read by, who is our buddy here? This guy was soul read by this guy earlier, so it's like, you know, I'm just up for grabs today. GG's Dr. Lord, very impressive. I guess you could say I had the balls to leave my bishop hanging, but that's about it. I didn't have the balls to like sack for your rook last game, which would have actually been the piece. I could have taken your rook last game, and I said out loud, I think it's that rook, but I don't have the balls to take it, which was true. Aging 33, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Richard, thanks for the 20 subs there, Richard BPK. Yes, he went all in on the light squared bishop. Exactly. You'll stream live on Discord when we start. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I'm not sure that does anything. But obviously, yeah, man, you can do whatever. I don't think that really takes care of what I was talking about, though. But anyway, we'll just keep doing it the same way. We'll just keep doing it the same way. Good luck, Mr. Death. Mr. Death, maybe we make it an unrated challenge because let's say you win, I'm obviously gonna resign. Like, or let's say you take my piece, I'm gonna resign. I'll just do it the same way, Tim Cannon. Apparently, it's a day where I just get soul read. All right, good luck, Mr. Death. You ready? Mr. Death, you want to pick your piece now? Let the chat know. Let the chat know your piece. All right. Good luck, Mr. Death. Okay, e5. Is Dr. Lord here? Yes, he is here. Chess Ninja D1. And he is an expert at the game we're currently playing. Which is, someone said it was very similar to like Stratego or something. Which I've never played, but sounds right. That's mine, Ubitia. From playing Defa Pool onwards, we've been taking hits. GG to Mr. Death. Another expert at the game. It's my rook in the corner, Mr. Death. You got me. Thanks, Michael J, for the prime. 21 months. Cheers, Michael. GG to Mr. Death. Yeti Boots. Thanks for the year. Just trying to stay up material. You did the right thing. It was bad luck for me. I thought it was your knight on f3. It's going for another soul read. But as soon as it wasn't queen takes f3, I think I was toast. Hoping to get lucky. Well, yeah, what was your piece? You picked queen because the last guy did. It seems like a good pick. You and the last guy seem to know something I don't. Because the queen is a good pick. You can always... The reason why the queen is like the best pick is because when you make a move to save your queen, it's a normal chess move, and it fulfills the purpose of the game, which is not to have your piece taken. Right? So it's above and beyond the most natural and probably best piece, because when you move other pieces, it looks a little unnatural. Like if I wanted to avoid my knight getting taken and I just went here all of a sudden, that might look a little weird. But yeah, like if your queen gets attacked in chess, you're gonna move it, and in this variation, you're gonna move it as well. You like the variant, Mr. Death? I'm glad you do. I don't think it's revolutionary to come up with. Like, it's not extremely creative, but I don't know. It's been at least a year or year and a bit since trying to remember since the first time I played it. Maybe don't allow the queen to be the piece. But then I wouldn't be able to lose. Eviscerated, thanks for the 12 subs. Just saw that. That's a specific number, and I think it gets us to a specific number. 69 subs. Thanks, Eviscerated. You think we should have a tournament? I'm not sure I would make the cut. But it would certainly be fun. Yeah, the queen has to be a piece for the sake of strategy. I agree. You can't say that the queen can't be a piece, because then all of a sudden I know two pieces it can't be. It just kind of narrows it down too much, I would say. It does feel good to be unbanned, by the way, Richard. But even though I say I'm unbanned, I'm really not. I'm just a vessel. Hello, Ubitsia. Yeah, the KNVB is still serving the ban. If it's king, you have to checkmate. Yeah, the king is the most OP selection because no one will expect it. And you can't take it. You simply can't take it. So there will be no way to fulfill the point of the game. No, of course the king can't be it. The point is to take the thing in question, so the king is the only piece that can't be. Tennessee lost? I don't follow NCAA, so I don't know what that means. But I guess we had an upset in March Madness. Thanks, Dr. Lord. Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. What did we call this variant? I forgot already. Anyway, champion of this variant. These are for your first win against the 3,000 plus FIDE. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what your account says, right? Oh yeah, 3,000 plus FIDE player. Oh yeah, Landmine. Who won't play the games because they have nothing to prove. Also, despite the haters, no sniping was used. I just had to keep hunting the light square bishop. And that's what it felt like, Dr. Lord. Just a hunter hunting his prey. Should have played a more basic strategy, which was if your piece is attacked, move it. But to be fair, you and I both used the same strategy. I hung my piece to technically attack yours, even though I didn't know it. And you hung your piece to technically attack mine, even though you didn't know it. So, we both used a similar strategy, but unfortunately, you executed it first. See Victor? Victor JBE. Take care, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by as always. Play in the pool with the shenanigans in the background. Is that how you do it? Jump in the chess.com pool, leave the stream on. Seems solid. Yeah, king would be silly. The reason why it's fun is because if you pick something that's not the king, then it's not normal chess. And specifically, checkmate loses you the game. If you checkmate your opponent, you actually lose. I'm actually thinking now how I would rule the game. And I don't know how you guys would rule the game. Let's say that taking the piece that your opponent selected gives checkmate. It's not allowed to do, or it's allowed to do? I think not allowed. And then same question. What if taking the piece results in stalemate? Two very important precedents to set. If you take the piece regardless of result, it's a W. That's a nice clean rule. I still like the strategy of offering your piece for checkmate. But it looks like that's too complicated to implement. The variant we're talking about, it's just something I don't want to say invented because it's not like that special. But anyway, we've come up with it. It's just like pick a piece that's not your king and your opponent does the same thing and neither of you know each other's pieces, what they've selected. But if your piece gets captured, you have to resign or you lose the game. But obviously your opponent is taking your pieces, but they don't know which one you've selected. Mr. Death, you really like the game, eh? Sure, we can play another one, Mr. Death. I'm glad you're such a fan of it. You killed me last game, Mr. Death. Can you lose via checkmate? No. If you give checkmate, you actually lose the game. Thanks, Richard BPK and Eviscerated. Alright, Mr. Death. Say your piece there, buddy. Mr. Death is a fan of the game. I can't nip that enthusiasm in the bud. Surely that's enough time. It was not enough time. That was a really long time, my friend. You don't know how to re-challenge? Well, you're gonna have to reselect your piece, first of all. Are you ready to reselect your piece? Okay. Go for it, buddy. Giving Mr. Death a lot of time. Really hoping he's typed it by now. All right, so Mr. Death, good luck. All right. Thanks, Swervin, for the 25 months with Prime. Wait a minute. Why is my rating 2728? Did you guys notice something? Did you guys notice that my rating went up since the last game I played? 2719. 2728. Wow. We are all surprised. No one saw that coming. Interesting stuff. Stop stalking me, lol. It's good content. Stop stalking me, lol. It's good content. Yes. How the mighty have fallen. Not sure what's happening here. Okay. This is the expected move. Let's play this one. Don't take me. Damn, Mr. Death flagged. Mr. Death, in the final position, you had rook h5. Trapping my knight. You would have been able to take it next turn. Poor guy. Poor guy flagged right when he was about to take my piece that wasn't the piece that I selected. Damn. No, it was not the piece I selected, Mr. Death. The piece I selected was my bishop. I've been lucky with that piece. My light squared bishop. But I think I played this game sort of like it was that night. On purpose, of course. But yeah, it was my my bishop again. My LSB, as it's so aptly named. GG's, Mr. Death. You got me in one, I got you in one. Same for Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. A split decision in both bouts. Nothing between the two fighters. It's quite early, Dr. Lord. It's at the same time as Title Tuesday. 11 a.m. Eastern. Pretty sure. Exactly. Dr. Lord and Mr. Death for the final. Yeah, it's I think it's at 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm actually playing in it, which usually I just commentate them, but we didn't have the biggest roster to put forth, and Eric was traveling, so I will be playing in the arena tomorrow, which is at 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm just double checking. Yeah, it is at 11 a.m. So, and I think it takes like 2.5 hours, the arena. So I'll probably try to have the stream on at like 10:30 or 11 tomorrow. And I think the idea is like everybody or every team fields at least 4 players, but they can have more than 4 players. And the top 4 scorers from whoever competes on your PCL team in the arena gets counted towards your total team score. And whoever's on your team never gets paired against one another. Any advice for someone 0-12 in the PCL playing in the arena? That would usually be me. That would usually be me. If you're 0-12 and you're playing in the arena, then all I can say is if you even draw a game over the entire 2.5 hours, a lot of teams might be interested in signing you before the trade deadline. Signing you to a 10-day deal before the playoffs. Even a draw could get some teams interested. $7 points tomorrow. Honestly, sounds like me. You're already on a team? Most people who go 0-12 in the PCL probably aren't on a team very long. So, you have my condolences, Rochelle, but I would do much worse than yourself. You can take solace in that. Exactly. After Eric's performance, I could play with a clean slate. But indeed, it's 1 a.m. and I gotta be up at 9 or 10 tomorrow. So, I'll see you guys in the morning. I shall see you guys in the morning. I'm gonna have to have like a couple cams in there as well. So it'll be a 2-cam setup situation. Take care, Neil. Delay? No, I don't think I have to stream with delay, which is nice. No delay. Yay. I should probably get some sleep or something. The last time we woke up and played a tournament, you guys remember? It was that 10-minute tournament. Disaster. Something tells me this might be a disaster as well, but guess what? My score is going to count for the team no matter how I do. I think we have Jordan, Razvan, Magnus, and then fucking me. So I think we know who's the weak link. We'll see what we can do. See if we can contribute even a couple points here and there. We have a fun team though. Magnus is playing. It should be a good time. Take care, everybody, and yes, I will see everyone tomorrow. Early. We're starting early. All right, have a good night. I go later, but I'm not always streaming that early on Friday, so tomorrow's a little different. And normally I'd just be commentating, which is a little less stress, but now I actually have to play, so. I'll see you guys in the morning. Good night, everyone. We'll send the raid off. I see Minlay is actually on his 3-year stream anniversary, so let's send the raid over there. Perfect. See Tim. Take care. What's up, Lawrence? Take care, buddy. Dr. Lord, Mr. Death. Let's not forget that absolute maniacal legend from earlier. Donated like $1,000 or something. Check yourself. Pretty much invented a variant tonight. Anyway.